For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Bridgehampton has a mix of tight corners and fast sweeping curves, so a car that can navigate through those turns smoothly while maintaining good stability would be ideal. Straight line speed is nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns comfortably, it's not going to shine here. So, precision and responsiveness are what I'd value most for this race. Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning to witness these AI cars battling it out. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. Alright, so we have Jay Boogie in a Nissan Altima from 2013, and Direct Official in a 2019 Ford Mustang. Now, considering the age and design, the Mustang is definitely built for speed and agility, especially with the recent model's more powerful engine. The Altima, on the other hand, is more of a reliable daily driver, not exactly bred for racing. So, my money's on Direct Official and the Mustang to take this one. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So it's going to be interesting to see if the underdog surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bridgehampton and Navling is on pole, driving a classic 2008 Ford Falcon FG in the V8 Supercars class. Let's see if he can hold that lead early on. Navling has taken an early lead, with King Malcolm Marx right behind in second place. Areu Serio is holding on to the third spot, but it's still very close. Areu Serio and King Malcolm Marx are nose to tail for second place. Prodigy place 58 is climbing to 5th. Amy is making a move up to 7th. Frankenbaus and Areu Serio are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Shotsky's just gained a spot to take 8th. Pumpkinov, Glory and Shotsky's are now battling it out for 8th. Justanet is climbing to 15th place. Drew Orfals is now in 18th. Zaprenigan has made a nice jump to 19th. Amin-san and Justin Native are nose to tail for 15th place. Drew Orfals and Tyler are locked in a fierce duel for 17th. Bakshu Grande is climbing up to 19th, just one spot away from the top 20. Frankenbaus and Areu Serial are nose to nose for 3rd place. Files and Tyler are locked in a close fight for the 17th spot. Orange Funk just gained one position and is now in 22nd. Frankenbuzz just overtook someone to grab third place. Prodigy plays 58, and Arayu Serial are nose-to-nose for fourth. Amy and Kickus Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for sixth. Maya is holding steady in second place. Kickus Lady X3 is making a move, climbing to fourth. The battle for third is heating up with Kickus Lady X3 and Frankenballs going wheel to wheel. Amin-san is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. They are currently in the 16th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to fourth place, but Kickus Lady X3 is closing in fast. Official Class Alive and Pumpkin of Glory are still neck and neck for ninth. Juice Tanep and Amy are battling it out for 14, with just a car length between them. Direct Official is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is a decent one, 34.572. The race looks competitive with some racers yet to set a proper lap time. J-Boogie is inching closer to Direct Official, closing the gap by a second. They're battling it out for 12th place. Tyler is climbing up to 15th, leaving someone behind. J-Boogie just moved up one spot to 12th place. Orange Funk also gained one position, now in 21st. Orange Funk's car is a 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. They're currently in the 21st position and have the slowest, fastest lap among the top 25. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Zero Timiliv is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap times so far and a position way back at 27. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing to 4th place. J-Boogie is advancing to 11th. Amy is moving up to 13th. Looks like Amy and Catgirl TM are neck and neck for 12. King Malcolm X and Navling are nose to tail at the front. Randobuster just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Pumpkin of Glory and Shotskis are battling hard for 8th place. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing up to 8th place. Direct Official and Catgirl TM are still locked in a close fight for 12th. Justanet is now in 15th. Kaboomper is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in the 8th row. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Shotskis and Pumpkin of Glory are neck and neck for 8th place. Juice Taned is climbing up to 13th. Amy and Direct Official are fighting hard for 14th. Just Jeanette and Catgirl TM are nose to tail for 12th place. Amy is inching up to 14th. Direct Official and Amy are locked in a close fight for the same spot. Prodigy plays 58, and Frankenballs are nose to tail for 3rd place. Pumpkino Flurry and Brandabuster are locked in a fierce fight for 7. Catgirl TM and Jay Buogi are battling it out for 11. Ariyu Cereal and Kickus Lady X3 are nose to nose for 5th place. Direct Official just gained a spot to 15th. Amundsen is closing in on Tyler, shaving off 1.4 seconds. King Malcolm Riggs just overtook for the lead. Navling is trying to keep up, but Malcolm's got the momentum. Just Shanit and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a close fight there. Wow, King Malcolm Riggs, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, King Malcolm Riggs really showed everyone up, didn't they? Huge congratulations. And that was an impressive victory. Looks like they've got the skills to reign supreme in this AI race. Well played. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Highland circuit, I would go with the 2020 Lamborghini Sian FKP37. It combines modern hybrid technology with Lamborghini's legendary agility and power. Though the Bugatti Chiron and McLaren Senna are strong contenders, the Lamborghini's blend of speed and handling might just give it a slight edge over the twisty and hilly Highlands. Plus it just sounds like it means business, which is always a good sign in a race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. The Gumpert Apollos from 2008 is known for its raw power and agility, but it's also a bit of a wild card given its age. On the other hand, the Citroën GT from 2010 is sleek and has a reputation for precision handling. Considering the track is Highlands, which favors a mix of speed and technical turns, I'd lean toward the Citroën GT for its nimbleness. But you never know. The Apollos could surprise us with some aggressive moves. I'd say the race is pretty evenly matched, but I'm placing my bets on the Citroën G to take the win. Let's see if I'm right or if the Gumpert pulls off a comeback. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Highlands track. Leading the pack from pole position is Lee Russell in a classic 2001 TV R Tuscan S. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lid. Lee Russell has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dragou is holding strong in second place. Papakasi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Yesteron 33,796 is climbing up to 4th place. Dorstabana is making a move up to 7th place. Captain Canadian and Dorkegabana are nose to nose for 7th. Dragou just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Papakasi is right behind, trying to snatch 2nd from Lee Russell. Looks like a close fight for the 2nd spot. Dorchegabana is climbing fast into 3rd place. Zella Wang and Gesteron 133,796 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Captain Canadian is making a move up to 7th. Dorchegabana just snuck into 2nd place. The battle for 1st between Dorchegabana and Fraga is heating up. Yesteron 133,796 is climbing to 4th, inching closer to the top. Dorchegabana is really pushing ahead to hold the lead. Yesteron 133,796 and Papakasi are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Amy is climbing fast, now in 14th position after overtaking 3 cars. Yesteron and 33,796 is climbing up to 3rd place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is now 9th, and Amundsen is 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gillian Selgaming and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya is catching up to Amy fast, closing the gap by over a second. Kubber is cutting down the distance to Aisha Zaria by 840 seconds. Amundsen just climbed 1 spot into 9th place. GMN Prime is gaining on Maya by 1.2 seconds. Gesteron 133,796 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amundsen is climbing 2 spots to sit in 7th. Jade Silgaming and Captain Canadian are nose to nose for 8th. Delawan and Papakasi are nose to nose for 4th place. Amundsen just overtook someone to climb into 6th. Captain Canadian and Lee Russell are swapping positions like it's a game of musical chairs for 7th. Thomas Moran is closing in on GM Prime fast, just 6.8 seconds behind. Selawang and Papakasi are nose to nose for 4th place. Amundsen is gaining on Selawang, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Thomas Moran is closing in fast on GM Prime, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 8th place. Amundsen just climbed one spot to 5th place. Amundsen and Papa K. Sierne are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th. Selawang and Amundsen are also locked in a tight duel for 5th. Wow, Dorsegabana really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Dorsegabana really crushed it with the fastest lap. Congratulations. You definitely earned that sleek 2019 McLaren Speedtail. And Amundsen, your daring overtakes paid off. Claim that 2016 Bugatti Chiron as your prize. Excellent drive, everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. Here's a fun fact for you guys. The Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez track is actually named after the famous Mexican racing brothers, Ricardo and Pedro Rodriguez. They were both pretty legendary in the racing world, but sadly they passed away while racing. The track in Mexico City is known for its vibrant atmosphere, and the iconic long straight that really gets the engines roaring. Plus it has that unique oval section that makes the race all the more exciting. Oh wow, talk about vintage showdown. The McLaren M10A from 1966 versus the Lotus 70 from 1968. Such an exciting matchup of classic cars. Given how different their designs are, it's really hard to call a winner without considering the handling and power differences. But if I had to make a wild guess, I'd say Babardo in the McLaren might have a slight edge because of its reputation for stability and power at high speeds. Then again, the Lotus 70 is known for exceptional cornering, so Amundsen could give us a surprise if the track favors agility over raw speed. This race is going to be a fun toss-up. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez. Leading the pack is Husky Hog in a classic 1966 McLaren M10A, so watch out for that vintage beast. Husky Hog takes an early lead. Josh is right behind in second, and K-Zoomer Girl is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Josh and Husky Hog are nose to tail at the front. Lord Betrayal just slipped into third and is closing in on the top two. The fight for second is heating up with Lord Betrayal and Josh Bjosh going wheel to wheel. Abomzi is on the move, climbing 3 places to 12th. Globality is also making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17. Vina 17 is creeping up 1 spot to 5th. Aminsan just made a nice jump to 17th place, overtaking 3 cars. Cherofakitten is right behind, climbing 5 spots to 18. Kana Girl and Vina 17 are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Bobardo is climbing fast to 20th place. Blackbeard is also making moves up to 22. Josh Bjosh and Husky Hog are nose to tail at the front. Abomzi just gained 1 spot and is now 10th. Looks like Abomzi and I are about to have a little showdown for 9th place. Josh Bjosh has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Husky Hog and Josh Bjosh are nose to nose for the top spot. Apex, Milkbag and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 11th place. Blaming Buddha and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for that spot. Rob Swizzle is also making moves, now in 13th. Giswatingyo is gaining fast on Blackbeard, closing the gap by almost 17 seconds. Lord Buttrell and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Lord Buttrell just snuck into 2nd place. Cherofakitten and Archeron 192 are nose to nose for 16. Bobardo is climbing up to 19. Xuma Girl is in 3rd place, driving a 1968 Lotus 70 toy. Looks like she's holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Bobardo is in 20th place, so he's got some ground to make up. Aminsan is just behind in 19. Looks like a close battle, but they'll need some serious overtaking to make it interesting. Cherofakitten just overtook someone to take the 15th place. Cherofakitten and Stubby Gale Killams are nose to nose for 14. This is getting spicy. Bean Streams is closing in on Cherofakitten, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are in a tight battle for 15th place. Abomzi is driving a Mickey Mart 12 from 1968. They're currently in the 11th place and have a pretty solid lap time of 1 minute 51.811. Looks like they're holding their own in the middle of the pack. Widrino just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Random 69 is also climbing up, now in 6th. Kuma Girl and Run 69 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 6th is heating up. Basket and Fee just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Maya and Kazuma Girl are locked in a close fight for 8th. Abomzi is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Apex Milkbag is now 9th after moving up 2 spots. Laning Buddha has also gained 2 spots and is now 10th. Wow, Josh Byosh, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Josh Byosh for taking the win. That was an impressive race finish. Amin-san, you've earned yourself a classic. You can claim the 1968 Lotus 70, a beauty from Formula 5000. Make sure to enjoy that vintage ride. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Kazan Ring circuit, I'd probably go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. It's renowned for its performance and agility, especially considering its era. Plus, it has that legendary status for handling and speed, which would come in handy on a technical circuit like Kazan. Honestly, with the right driver, I think it could give many of these muscle cars a run for their money, if not outrun them entirely. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on picking the car you think will dominate the race. Get those selections in now. Hey Everlasting Apex, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some exciting AI cars racing right now, so sit back and enjoy the show. Well, this is quite the classic showdown, isn't it? The Ford Falcon X GTHO is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, which might give it an edge on Kazan Ring's curves. On the other hand, the Mercury Cougar Eliminator has that sleek, sporty appeal, and could surprise us with its agility if the AI drivers handle it well. But honestly, with the Falcon's reputation for muscle and speed, I'd lean slightly towards Oscar Wolf's car. It just sounds like the kind of vehicle that could dominate in a race like this. Still, I'm eager to see if Rowdy Zerolf's Mercury can pull off an upset and prove us all wrong. Let's find out. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Kaizen Ring, and Toadette the Kitty is on pole, driving a classic 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. Buckle up. This should be interesting. Toadette the Kitty is shot off the line to take the lead. Oscar Wolf is holding strong in second place, and N-Body Notes is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Wrath 92 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Basket and V is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10. Emerald Take for 98 just gained 1 position to 5th. Rowdy Zerolf is closing in on N-Body Notes, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wrath 92 and Vagrant 10 Trenter are nose-to-nose for 6th place, while Kevin None is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. While Kevin None and Wrath 92 are battling fiercely for 7th. Shattered Pixel just made a nice move to 8th place. Aisha Zaria is climbing fast, now in 16th. N-Body Notes and Oscar Wolf are nose to tail for 2nd. N-Body Notes just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Oscar Wolf and N-Body Notes are nose to nose for 2nd. Wild Kevin None is climbing up to 9th. Basket and Fee climbs to 10th place. Aisha Zaria moves up to 13th place. Ashian Ritten and Aisha Zaria are nose to nose for 13th place. Aminzan and Vagrant Enchanta are neck and neck for 11th place. Exclusiva Gox just gained 1 spot to sit 15th. James Mayo and Exclusive Gox are locked in a close fight for 15th. Aminsan just nudged into 11th place. Aisha Zaria is climbing into 12th. Asha Nerditon is sneaking into 13th. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs. Emerald Take 3 or 988 just sneaked into 4th place, pushing past someone. Rowdy Zerolf and Emerald Tick for 988 are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Ashan Eriton is climbing up to 12th, making some moves. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 4th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose for that spot. Eigenan Exclusivagox is inching closer to the top 20. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 16th place. Konamality is now in 18th. Ihava Exema and Amy are battling for 21st. Indigo Peta and Maya are nose to tail for 23rd place. Looks like Maya is trying to squeeze past. Indigo Pete just overtook someone to move into 23rd place. Maya and Indigo Pete are nose to tail for that same spot. Exclusiva Gox is driving a 1972 Maserati Kamzen. Dashivyani Dewarsioil. Montilawo Sitamsi Dutta. Looks like they're struggling with pace. Currently in the last place and way off the pace of the leaders. Aisha Zaria is climbing up to 12th place. Amy and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 20th place. Anybody Notes is now in first place. G&M Prime has moved up to 18th. Connor Malady and G&M Prime are battling it out for 18th. Indigo Pate is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza. Gotcha. They are currently in 23rd place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over a minute and a half slower than the leader. Wow. In-Body Notes just took the checkered flag. Clearly, they're the master of the Kazan ring. Well done. Wow. In-Body Notes, you really drove that car like you stole it? Congratulations on winning the race. You've definitely got some serious skills behind the wheel. Even if it's just I can't wait to see what you do next. Here's a fun fact about the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. It's considered one of the most iconic American cars of the 1950s, and is famous for its distinctive tail fins, which were inspired by jet aircraft design trends at the time. It's like the car version of a peacock showing off its feathers, but with more chrome and style. Alright, so we're basically betting on a mystery versus a mystery in a classic car at a tight circuit. I'd say it's like a game of chance, but with a lot of nostalgia and style. Without any info about their driving skills, I'd probably lean towards Archingoni 192, just because their name sounds like they might have a little more grit or experience behind the wheel. But honestly, either one could surprise us and take the win. It's all about who keeps their cool and doesn't throw that beautiful Bel Air into the chicane too hard. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Circuit du Var with that tricky chicane. Leading the pack is Nonstop in a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air Dactyl. Looks like nostalgia is taking the pole position today. Bunny's Off Doom has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Anarchy 6 is holding strong in second place, while Archer 992 is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Archer 992 just snuck into second place. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 10. Papa Ketsi and Lazy Towner are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Anarchy 6 is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Direct Official has moved into fourth, not bad at all. Lazy Towner is climbing to ninth, making a little noise in the back. Papa Katsi is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. Their race seems steady but not quite in the top half yet. Bunnies of Doom is leading the race in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, and it looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest possible lap. They're holding a comfortable lead so far. Ya Boy Rwanda is now in 9th place, climbing one spot. Papa Kasi also moves up one spot into 10th. The race is heating up just behind the leaders. Filthy Old Guy is driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just like everyone else. He's holding 7th place, so he's not exactly making waves, but staying steady. Bunnies of Doom is leading the race in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, and it looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. They're holding a solid lead and seem to be in control. Bunnies of Doom is leading the race in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, and it looks like they're comfortably ahead with no signs of slowing down. The classic NASCAR cars seem evenly matched on this track with no overtakes yet. The circuit's chicane might be limiting aggressive moves, keeping the top positions pretty stable. Bunnies of Doom is leading in a classic Chevrolet Bel Air from 1957. They've set the fastest lap so far and look pretty comfortable at the front. Archiron 192 is having a rough time dropping to 10th place. Direct Official is climbing steadily into 3rd. Maya is also making moves into 4th. Looks like the battle for the top is heating up. Archeron 92 just blitzed through 9 cars and snatched the lead. Bunnies of Doom and Archeron 192 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for the top spot. The classic NASCAR cars seem evenly matched, but the track's chicane is shaking things up with tight corners. Fast drivers are making overtakes, but the narrow sections are causing some to lose time. Papa Katsi is in 10th place with a Chevrolet Bel Air. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Anarchy 6 is climbing to 2nd place. Derek Official is now in third, and I'm sneaking into fourth. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Medisperry is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:25.923. Their car is a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite catching the front runners yet. Bunnies of Doom is leading comfortably in their classic Chevrolet Bel Air, and they've set the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're cruising at the front with a solid pace. Well, Bunnies of Doom just took the victory. Clearly they're not bunnying around. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Bunnies of Doom really hopped to the finish line first. Congratulations. That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Looks like they left the competition in the dust. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 1998 Mitsubishi 3000 GT VR4. It was packed with fancy tech for its time, like all-wheel drive and a twin-turbocharged V6 engine. Basically, it was like the Swiss Army knife of sports cars back then, offering plenty of power and plenty of gadgets to impress your friends. If you had friends who understood cars, that is. Alright everyone, better pick your favorite car quick before the countdown ends. Don't let indecision slow down the race. Wow! This is quite the matchup. Yasnin 196 is racing a modern Red Bull RB14, which is technically a pretty agile and aerodynamic machine designed for tight racing. On the other hand, Nexaromoval is in a 1966 Ford GT40 M-Key, a classic with a lot of history, but maybe a bit less tech wizardry under the hood. Considering the track is Tor Poznan reverse, the sharp turns and technical sections might give Yasnin 196 an edge, with modern downforce and handling. But don't underestimate Nexaromoval. That vintage muscle car has character and might surprise us on the straights. I'm leaning towards Yasnin 196 getting the slight edge here, but this could be a classic upset if Nexaromoval pulls off some vintage charm magic. So, what are you thinking? Who's got your money? Alright, folks. Wangatan 7272 is on pole in the all-random class. Kicking things off in a classic 1967, a Barth 1000 Berliner Corsa Dachshund. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Wolf of Echo is leading the race. Wangatang 7272 is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place. Let's see if I can stay in the top 3 for long. Beef Sliders is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is climbing steadily, now in second place. The battle for first is heating up with Maya and Wolf of Echo nose to tail, no room for mistakes. Yasmin 196 is storming to the front, now in first place. Drethko is climbing fast, now in 7th. Beef Sliers is making a move, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Amin-san is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 7th. Bao Bai Biolab is making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 12th. Lin Leilak is closing the gap on Wolf of Echo, chopping down 1.2 seconds. Things are heating up. Amin-san is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Bao Bai Biolab is making a move, jumping 6 spots to sit in 6th. Array Serial is also on the rise, overtaking 6 cars to reach 9th. Bao Bai Biolab is making a strong move, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Array Serial is also climbing fast, now in 6th after a similar surge. Kyosen's Coast is on a roll, moving up 4 spots to 7th. The race is heating up. Dylan Wolf is making a move, climbing 4 places to 15. Someone else is gaining fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21. Official Classy Live is also on the rise, taking 3 cars to land in 23. Jion Wolf is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. Rondom 69 and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Excepcion just gained a spot and is now in 19th. Joan Wolf is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Rondom 69 is climbing up to 6th place. Beef Sliders and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Yasmin 196 is feeling the heat as Amin-san gets closer by 13.5 seconds. Jonan Wolf just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Nexaromaval and DJ Wolf are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a battle for the last podium spot. Arayu Serial is closing in on Amin-san, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Bao Bai Biolab just moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Amin-san and Bao Bai Biolab are now in a tight battle for 2nd. Wow, Yasmin 196 really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the impressive win. Wow, Yasnin 196 really showed off their skills today. Huge congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Amin-san for snagging the fastest lap time. You can now claim the 2018 Red Bull RB14 and nice work! Sure! The 1978 Ferrari 512B BLM was actually built for racing and was a pretty rare sight on the street. It combined the sleek design of the street version with serious race car modifications, making it a true beast on the track. Fun fact, only a handful of these were made, so spotting one is like finding a needle in a haystack. If the haystack was full of Ferrari enthusiasts. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices, or forever hold your peace. We're about to see these AI cars hit the track, and trust me, you don't want to miss this chaos. Pick fast or watch the race unfold without your favorite. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. Shattered Pixels got that old-school Ford Mustang Zaxbyed, which is more about raw muscle and nostalgia. Amy's got the sleek, vintage BMW M1E26 March, probably with a bit more finesse and agility. In Virginia International Grand West, where turns and precision matter, I might lean toward Amy's BMW. On 82 odd. It's lighter and more balanced, which could give her the edge on tricky corners. But don't count out Shattered Pixels' Mustang trying to muscle through for a surprise win. Who do you think will take the trophy? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Virginia International Grand West. And look at that. Starting on pole in Group 5. Super CGB, we have a classic 1978. Ferrari 5? 12B, Beaky, better hold its ground. Super Siggy has taken an early lead. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios is holding strong in second. And Down to Quest is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Death Factor is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 17th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is inching up 1 spot to lead the race. Zupasigi and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for the top spot. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Amy and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 2nd place. Agaplasm has moved up 1 position and is now in 7th. Lisa Shibi just gained 1 spot and is now in 19th place. Senya Hima and Lisa Shibi are nose to nose for 19th. Ashanuritan and Emerald Tick 3 are 988 are fighting hard for 22nd. Amy just gained a spot to take second place. Bao Bai Beolab and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 7th. Katsuma Girl is climbing up to 9th. Down Talquest is now in first place, leaving the pack behind. Shattered Pixel is closing in fast, now in second. Trash Crashton is also making moves, climbing to third. The top three are really mixing it up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is storming to the front, now in first place. Celestial Inari is climbing fast, now in 6th. Jacinda Box is making a solid push, now in 11th. Amy is making a strong move to the front, now in first place. Captain Canadian is not far behind, climbing up to second place. Liza Shibi is also on the rise, now in third position. The race is heating up with these rapid overtakes. Down to Quest and Liza Shibi are nose to nose for third place. Senyahima and De Factor are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is creeping up on Ashanriton, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Down to Quest is on fire, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Shattered Pixel is not far behind, also making a move to second place. Trash Crashton is climbing fast, grabbing third with some slick overtakes. Shattered Pixel is right behind Down Talquest now, just a car length away. Maya has climbed to 11th place, looking to crack into the top 10. Jason Dashauer is knocking on the door of the top 15, inching closer. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in fast on Toucan's Flora, chipping away at the gap by 7:30 seconds. Pumpkin of Glory just moved up 1 spot to take 12th place. Boofininet Teen and Pumpkin of Glory are locked in a tight battle for that 12th spot. Trash Crashton is now in second place. Katsuma Girl has also moved up 1 spot to third. Shattered Pixel and Kazunri Girl are nose to tail for third position. Suma Girl and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for second place. Super Siggy is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Celestial Inari and Super Siggy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Suma Girl just overtook someone to take second place. Super Siggy is closing in on Shattered Pixel, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Ixnobutixel is climbing up to 6th place. Jaxindabox is making a bold move, now leading the race. Celestial Inari is not far behind, closing the gap after overtaking 7 cars. Down to Quest and Celestial Inari are neck and neck, fighting for second place. Down to Quest is now in second place. Xuma Girl has climbed to third. Trash Crashton is in fourth. Looks like they're all playing musical chairs. Wow. Down Talquest really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Congratulations to Down to Quest for taking the victory. You really drove that AI car like you stole it. As for the lucky drivers, Amy, you snagged the fastest lap and can claim the classic 1979 BMW M1E26 March from Group 5.2. Great job! Looks like someone's about to add a legendary ride to their collection. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine battle it out on the track. Get those selections in and let's see which car takes the win today. Wow, that's a throwback showdown if I've ever seen one. The 1964 Ferrari 158, with its classic design and legendary history, has a certain charm. Meanwhile, the 1965 Ferrari 1512, a bit newer, might have some advantages in tech. But let's be honest, in a battle of vintage Ferraris on Okayama GP, it's going to come down to who handles the twists and turns better. I'd say the 158 might have a slight edge because of its iconic status and proven track record, but the 1512 isn't going down without a fight. I'm leaning towards the 158, but don't be surprised if the underdog pulls a surprise. Alright everyone, Maya's starting on pole position in the 1960 FF1 class at Okayama GP, behind the wheel of a classic 1965 Brabham BT7. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Maya is leading the race right now with Architect in second place, and Dietz with Kev holding third. The top three are already setting the pace, so stay tuned for some action. Gyogen the Miracles is charging through the pack, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Its Sarors gained 1 spot, sitting comfortably in 9th. Blinchika 21 is climbing 2 spots, now in 14th. Blinchika 21 and Crystal 33 are nose-to-tail fighting for 13th. Beats with Kev is climbing up to 2nd place. Architect and Beats with Kev are nose-to-nose for that spot. Drelitsko is inching closer to the top 6. Rexner is climbing to 3rd place. Architect and Rexner are nose-to-nose for that spot. Drelitsko is closing in on Mutu, cutting the gap by a second. Yesteron, 133,796, just sneaks into the 15th spot. Yaboirwilda and Yesteron 133,796 are still neck and neck for 16th. Waifuana and Amy are battling hard for 18th. Linshikot 21 and Frankworthy are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Captain Canadian just gained 2 spots and is now in 18th. Amy and Captain Canadian are fighting hard for 18th place. Abomzi is climbing up to 7th place. Nulavi and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 8th. Laifuana is advancing to 20th. Giogina Miracles and Itzara are nose to tail for 10th place. Edsoswa 21 and Neotexum are locked in a fierce scrap for 24th. Giogina Miracles just overtook someone to take 10th place. Awildreino is climbing up to 22nd. Stabigale Killings and Awildreino are nose to nose for 22nd. Lemon Cult Games is climbing nicely to take the 10th place. Crystal 33 is also making moves up to 12th. It's Soror and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for 12th. Frankworthy is climbing up to 12th place. Crystal 33 is right behind in 13th place. Linchiakot 21 has advanced to 16th place. The battle for 12 and 13 is heating up. Abomzi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Giogina Miracles is climbing up to 10th. Yesteron 133,796 and Flinchicot 21 are nose to nose for 15th. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to 16th place. Yesteron 133,796 is right behind, making it a close fight for that spot. Neotexum is gaining ground, now in 23rd. Captain Canadian is driving a 1965 Brabham BT7, which is a solid choice for speed and handling. They're currently in the 18th place, just behind Amy and ahead of a few others. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Waifuan is driving a Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962. She's currently in 19th place, just behind Amy and a few others, with a lap time of nearly 3 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Lemon Cult Games is climbing steadily into the top 10. Flinchiakot 21 is making a quiet push into the mid-teens. Awildreino is inching closer to the 20s. Neotexum is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. Their race seems steady with a decent lap time of 23.633, placing them in the top 20. Wow, Maya, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya, you totally crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving, even if it was just AI. Looks like you're really in the driver's seat today. Well done. B. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2017 Orica 07 Acura might have the edge. It's newer, likely has better aerodynamics, and probably handles the Lossitzring GP's complex corners quite well. Plus, with Acura's reputation for reliability and performance, it could outpace the rest on those long straightaways and tight turns. Though I'd watch out for the Dallara P217 or the Ligier JSP 217. They're no slouches either, and could surprise us all. Alright, everyone. The clock is ticking down and you've got just a little bit of time left to pick your favorite race car. So if you haven't made your choice yet, now's the moment. Don't let your perfect dream car slip away. Alright, so we've got Amy in a 2012 Morgan Elm MP2, and Mafia Mavi in a 2011 Orica 03R. Both are solid choices. But the Morgan is known for its balanced handling and lightweight design, which can be a game changer around Lossitzring's twists and turns. The Orica is reliable, but maybe a little less nimble in comparison. I'd say Amy's chances look a bit brighter here, especially if she handles the corners like a pro. Mafia Mavi has got a good shot too, but I'll place my bets on Amy taking the win, just because the Morgan's recent design tweaks could give her that slight edge. Alright everyone, Waffling Otters is kicking things off from the pole position in the LMP2 class, driving a 2017 Cadillac DPI. Let's see if that pole position turns into a win, or if the pack catches up quick. Waffling Otters has taken the lead right out of the gate. Vodka Moning is holding second place, and Vanon 1857 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Annex Sagarax is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bozzo is making a move, passing 4 cars to land in 26th. Official Class Alive is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Our Special is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Uncanny Buddy is not far behind, making moves tonight. And Maya is also pushing forward, now in 10th. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Its Therapire just made a nice move to 20th place. Bozzo is right behind at 21 after overtaking 7 cars. Popcorn Slayer is catching up at 22 with 4 cars overtaken. The race is heating up. Annex Agarax is climbing up to 3rd place. Smurf 20 is also moving up to 7th. Silhouette and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for 7th. Violetta Mama is driving a 2010 and 10 BMW Z 4G T3. Looks like she's hanging around the middle of the GT3 pack, not making any big moves but staying steady. Waffling Otters is really taking the scenic route at the back of the pack now. Official Classy Live is leading the charge at the front. Annex Agarax is creeping closer to the top, climbing 1 spot. Waffling Otters is really having a tough time dropping 9 places. Aminsan is climbing steadily into the top 10. Scorched Log is also making moves, inching into the 11th spot. Waffling Otters is really having a rough time dropping to 25. Nafiamavi and Sapro 3 are nose to nose for 12. Its Terra pair just gained a spot to 19th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Silhouette and Naya are still nose to nose for that spot. Nafiamavi is climbing up to 12th place. Flaming Buddha is gaining fast on Waffling Otters. Maya is closing in on Smurf 20. Nafiamavi just moved up 1 spot to 11. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 4th place. ERS Special and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for that spot. Sarah Pro 3 is advancing to 12th place. A Special is now in 4th place. Smurf 20 has climbed to 5th. And Maya is in 6th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Smurf 20 and Era Special are nose to tail for 4th place. Uncanny Buddy is climbing up to 8. Aminsan is also on the move. Now 9. Catgirl TM is dropping like a stone down to 22. Scorched Log is climbing steadily to 12. Lyra Shea is sneaking into 13. Uncanny Buddy and Silhouette are nose to tail for 7th place. It's Therapur and Bodazara are locked in a fierce scrap for 17th. Navling is climbing up 1 spot to 22nd. Annex Agarax and Official Class Alive are nose to nose at the front. Era Special is chipping away at Bonham 1857's lead, now only 2 seconds behind. Uncanny Buddy just climbed 1 spot to 7th, making moves. Congratulations to Official Class Alive on winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to official class Alave for taking the win. That's a fantastic achievement. And Maya, you've earned yourself the fastest lap. A 2017 Orica 07 Acura no less. Nice work! Looks like the cars will be heading to their new owners soon. Stay tuned, everyone. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that legendary choice. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Interesting matchup here. Both cars from the same era, so it really comes down to driving style, and maybe a bit of luck. Joey Pastrami's Benetton B200 is known for its somewhat unpredictable handling, but if he can tame it, it might give him an edge. On the other hand, Gary Seventen's Prosta P03 is sleek and has a reputation for being very balanced, so it might handle the twists and turns a bit better. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards Gary Seventen taking the win because of the car's stability on this track. Still, Joey Pastrami could surprise us if he pushes that wild Benetton just right. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Twin Ring Motegi West, and leading the pack is the Aussie 2002 in a 2000 Benetton B200. Expect some serious speed from that pole position. Aussie 22 has shot off the line to take the lead. Potsors is holding strong in second, and the Critica leg is hanging there in third. Looks like a tight start. Esteban Games is charging forward, now in 8th place after overtaking 6 cars. Ega Wright is climbing fast, now in 11th after passing 4 cars. Kyroscope is having a tough time, dropping 15 positions to 19th. Ice is making a bold move up to 4th place. Kyroscope is right behind, climbing fast to 5th. The Critica leg and Aussie 22 are locked in a fierce duel for second. Mermidar is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Detoxness is making a charge, overtaking 6 cars to reach 10th place. Gary Seventen is also advancing, passing 3 cars to settle in 11th place. Maya is now in 14th place, climbing up 1 spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved into 15th place, also up one spot. Ice has advanced to 18th place, climbing one spot. Date. Platnumera is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Maxiite is also making a move, grabbing 4th after passing 3 cars. Detoxins is storming through, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 5th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on the rise, now 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eganerite is also climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 16. Amy is making her way up 2 positions to 7. Rowdy Zarolf is climbing up to 10th place. Ice is also moving up to 19. Looks like some steady progress. Gliding Penguin is climbing to 7th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing the gap on Amy by a second. Pot Sorts is moving up to 11th place. Amy is currently in 8th place with her Ferrari F1 2000. She's a bit off the pace, over a second behind the leader, and her lap time suggests she's struggling to find consistency. Patsorts just snuck into the top 10, leaving someone behind. Nirmida climbing 2 spots, now in 15th. Looks like the race is heating up. Mermuida is closing in on Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios fast, the gap shrinking by 18.7 seconds. Patsorts has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Joey Pastrami has gained 2 positions, now in 10th. Kyroscope is climbing up to 12th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now 13. Nirmida has moved into 14. Looks like they're all chasing the pack. Aussie 22 is dropping like a stone to 11th place. Kufo is climbing steadily to take the lead. Platinumera is also on the move, grabbing 2nd place. Platinumera just overtook someone to take the lead. Kufo and Platinumera are nose to nose for 1st place. Patsorts is climbing up to 7th, making a move. Kyroscope is closing in on Aussie 22 rapidly, cutting the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Kufo is having a rough time, and has dropped 8 places to 10th. Jane Maxite is climbing up 1 spot to 2nd. Yemaxite and Platinumera are locked in a close fight for the lead. Aussie Dutown Sanon 2 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Kufo is not far behind, making a move to 6th. Gliding Penguin is also making progress, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Wow! Jean Maxie just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Nice job! Wow, G-Maxiate really pulled it off. Great job winning the race, you earned it. And a big shout out to Amy for those amazing overtakes. You can claim the shiny 2000 Ferrari. F1 2000. Looks like it's a good day for top performance. Stay tuned everyone, more races coming up. Sure thing. Did you know that in 1980s supercars racing class, some of the cars could reach speeds so fast they made your regular daily driver look like a snail in a wall? It's true. These cars were basically the rock stars of the racing world, with turbocharged engines and wild aerodynamics that pretty much defied physics. It was like watching a bunch of lightning bolts chasing each other around the track. Alright everyone, listen up. We've got these special event races that happen 3 times a week. They take place on Mondays at 1 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 a.m., and Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want all the juicy details, make sure to hop onto our Discord where everything is laid out. These events aren't just your average races. They start with a full practice and qualifying session, so everyone gets a fair shot at showing off their skills. And then, the real fun begins with a very long race that will test endurance and strategy. So, if you're into some serious racing action, don't miss out, join the Discord and stay in the loop. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, there's another awesome stream called AI Racing TV, hosted by my good friend Amy. You can race on both streams at the same time, so double the fun and double the chaos. If you want the link, just type !Twitch in chat, and you'll get redirected. Happy racing everyone! Welcome back, Elias X98. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some wild AI racing. Hey everyone! If you want to stay in the loop with all things racing, and maybe even join a team for the upcoming monthly challenge, just type !Discord in chat. A friendly bot will pop up with a link to join our server. It's the best way to keep up with the latest updates and maybe show off some team spirit. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time to do it before it's too late. Don't be the one left with a lemon while everyone else is zooming past in style. Wow, Sanjing is back. Glad to see you return to our little digital racetrack. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos? Sit back and enjoy the show. Alright, so we have one driver with a pretty modest record, and another with a little more experience but only one win out of 12 races. The Porsche 959 at Macau Gia is no joke. But without more details, it's a bit like trying to pick a winner based on a coin flip. I'd lean towards the more experienced driver since they've been on the track more and have some race time under their belt. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially at Macau, where chaos and skill collide. Let's see who can tame the street circuit today. Alright everyone, big shout out to the race request. Give some thanks to the one who asked. The race is kicking off at Macaugia track with the 1980 supercars. Tahandili Stacey Watapores. Starting on pole is School Bus Rusteth D in a classic 1986 BMW M. Sit back and enjoy the nostalgia ride. Generate is off to a strong start at the front. School Bus Rusteth D is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Uncle Tobin is holding third, but not for long if they keep this pace. Uncle Tobin just climbed 1 spot to second place. Zugsterkat is gaining 2 spots and is now third. School Bus Rustefi and Zugsterkat are nose to tail fighting for that third spot. Iliasix 988 is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Lux Ravenous is making a move to 7. Iconic Odd is also gaining ground, now in 9th. Xianeng and Schoolbus Rust EV are nose to nose for 5th place. Aminsan just sneaked up 1 spot to 15. Lazy Towner and Sadamo Jijamis are locked in a close fight for 19th. Elias 988 is driving a 1987 Porsche 959, currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the move to challenge the top 3. Iconic Odd is driving a Porsche 959, currently in 10th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle, maybe waiting for a chance to make a move. Gliding Penguin is driving a 1987 Porsche 959 and is currently in the 12th place. Looks like they're trying to claw their way up but still have some work to do. Amy is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, currently in 12th place. Looks like she's stuck behind some traffic and hasn't made any moves yet. School Bus Rustavi is closing in on LES's 988, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Aminsan is climbing up to 14th place, overtaking 1 racer. Lazy Towner is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo Dotone. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Lux Ravenous advances to 5th place. Xianyan also moves up to 6th. School Bus Rustefi and Xiang are nose to nose for 6th place. Uncle Tobin takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Iconic Odd is closing in on School Bus Rust EV, gaining ground fast. Golfinian 19 is inching closer to Maya, but still a bit behind. Iconic Odd is climbing up to 7th place. School Bus Rust EV and Iconic Odd are neck and neck for 7th. Bufin 19 and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Edilev has gained 2 positions and is in 9th. School Bus Rustefi and Edilev are nose to tail fighting for 9th place. Zugsterkat is in third place driving a classic Porsche 959. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Elias X98 is driving a Porsche 959, starting in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Mr. Roche is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo. He's currently in the 16th place, so he's making a move through the pack but still has some ground to cover. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GT. Oh, and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Elias 988 is driving a Porsche 959, starting in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 17th place. Lazy Towner is now 18. Athena CNC is pushing to 19. Looks like a small but steady shuffle. Tap Brannigan is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 13 cars. Schoolbus Rustafi and Bufina 19 are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. No clear leader yet. Elias X988 is climbing up to 3rd place. Lux Ravenous is also making moves now in 4th. Zugstakat and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Xianyang is climbing to 5th place. Bufininatin is now 9. Gliding Penguin has moved up to 11. Zugstakat is climbing up to 5th place. AD Leave is closing the gap on Iconic Odd by 2.2 seconds. Gliding Penguin and Maya are nose to tail for 10th place. ADD is gaining on Iconic Odd. Looks like a battle for the top is heating up. Anarchisix is creeping closer to Amy twice. Someone's feeling competitive today. Mr. Roche is closing in on Schoolbus Ristidai. The race is getting interesting. Uncle Tobin is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Egenerite is driving a Yellowbird and currently holding 2nd place. They set the fastest lap so far at 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Looks like they're pushing hard but not quite enough to catch the leader. Egenerite is driving a Yellowbird that started in 2nd place. They're currently in 2nd, but only a few seconds behind Uncle Tobin. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO and is currently in 4th place. They've been pretty quick with a fastest lap of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. But they're stuck behind some faster Porsche 959s and Roof CT Yellowbirds. Looks like they're holding their own but need a bit more pace to catch the leaders. Eddie Leave is closing in on Iconic Odd, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 10th place. leaving someone behind. Tab Brandigan is rapidly catching Sadamoji Shamis, closing the gap by 10 seconds. Lux Ravenous is inching closer to Elias Insanity 8, narrowing it down by a little over a second. Amy just moved up one spot to 11. Uncle the Tobin is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Zayan is climbing up to 5th place. Iconic Odd is now 6th. Idealeaf has moved into 7th. Looks like they're all playing musical chairs. Eliasix 988 is closing in on a Generate, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Boofing 19 is climbing one spot to take 8th place. Amy is also moving up one spot, now in 10th. Amy is gaining on Zugstakat fast, closing the gap by 13.30 seconds. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Elias 988, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Aminsan is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 11th place. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO, a classic beast. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady with a solid lap time of 3 minutes, 6 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there despite the fierce competition. Zadamoji just blitzed through the field, now leading by a mile. Uncle Tobin is right behind, ready to pounce on that top spot. This race just got interesting. Uncle Tobin takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Iganarite sneaks into 2nd place. Eliasix 988 climbs into 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. The tight Macaugia is really shaking up the order with overtakes and close calls. The narrow streets favor precision over speed, so expect some aggressive moves and a few surprises. Mr. Rush is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 8 cars. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Idealeaf just snuck into 7th place. Boofini 19 is right behind in 8th. Aminsan and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Sukstakat advances to 9th place. Aminsan climbs to 10th. Amy is closing in on Aminsan, cutting the gap by almost 1.5 seconds. Zianang is closing in on Lux Ravenous, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Idealeaf has moved up one spot to 6th place. Gliding Penguin has also gained one position, now in 14th. Amy just blitzed 3 cars to grab 8th place. Boofina 18 is climbing up to 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Aminsan is on a tier, overtaking 9 cars to take the lead. Hot Bolognese is climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 14. Uncle Tobin and Aminsan are nose to nose for the top spot. This is getting interesting. Ankla Tobin and Amundsen are neck and neck for first place. Lux Ravenous is chopping down the gap to Elias X98, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Anarchisix is climbing up one spot to 14. And it looks like Anarchisix and Schoolbus TV are locked in a close fight for 13th. Schoolbus Rostivti is closing the distance on Anarchisix, but still a good chunk behind. Ankla Tobin has just taken the lead, leaving a Generate in second. The race is heating up. Xianang is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap to just a second. Amy is really closing in on Bufina 19, now only 3.7 seconds behind. Anarchisix is catching up to Gliding Penguin, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Sukstakat is hot on Athena CNC's heels, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Zada Mojidamis is creeping up on Amundsen, chipping away at the gap by a little over a second. Iconic Odd is catching up to Amy fast, closing the gap by a full second. Gliding Penguin and I are still neck and neck for 10th place. No clear winner yet. Sukstakat is making a move on Athena CNC, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Goofy Ninity is closing in on Ideal fast, just 9.4 seconds behind now. Gliding Penguin has moved up one spot into 10th place. Sapbrandigan also gained one position, now in 20th. Amy is closing in on Bufina 19, the gap shrinking fast. Maya has climbed one spot to 10th place. Hot Bolognese is also up one spot, now in 13. Anarchisix is climbing up to 11th place. Hot Bolognese is now 12. Schoolbus Restive V is knocking on the door of the top 10 at 13. Zapbrandigan is gaining fast on Seda Mojijames, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Anarchisix is inching closer to Maya, closing the gap by 1 second. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 14th place, moving up one spot. Sukstakat is climbing up to 16th place. Zapbrandigan is catching Seda Mojijames, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Athena CNC is on a tear, climbing 13 spots to 2nd place. Aminsan just nudged up one spot to 17. Eganarite is now in 2nd place. Eliasix 988 has moved into 3rd. Lux Ravenous climbs to 4th. Iconic Odd is driving a Porsche 959, starting from the 11th position. They're currently in 10th place, making a move forward. Their fastest lap is just over 3 seconds faster than their current race pace, so they might be gaining some ground. Elias X98 is closing in on Ejanarite, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sukstakat is climbing up to 14th place. Aminsan is moving up to 15th place. Idili is gaining on Siam, closing the distance to just over a second and a half. Anarchisix is hot on my tail, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Anarchisix is gaining fast on Maya, and is now just a few car lengths behind. Superstar is inching closer to Lazy Towner, looking to make a move soon. Elias X98 is driving a retro Porsche 959 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just over 3 minutes and 6 seconds, so they're holding a solid pace but not quite challenging the top. Superstar is gaining on Lazy Towner, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Mr. Roche is also closing in on Zaprandigan, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Anarchisix is climbing fast into 9th place. Hot Bolognese is also making moves into 10th. Lazy Towner is catching up into 11th. Looks like a little push from behind. Hot Bolognese is climbing to 9th place. Superstar is now 12th after moving up 2 spots. Aminsan has also gained 2 positions and is now in 13th. Superstar is holding a solid 5th place, so she's got a good shot if she keeps it clean. Elias 98 is in 3rd, but a bit behind the leaders, so he needs a couple of mistakes from the front runners to have a shot. Ide Generite is closing in on Umklitubin, just 1.5 seconds behind now. Zainang and Looks Ravenous are nose to nose for 4th place. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 15. Sianang is climbing to 4th place. Superstar is narrowing the gap on Lazy Towner by 2.2 seconds. Amin Sun is catching Superstar, closing in by 140 seconds. Amy is gaining on Idealev, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Aminsan is inching closer to Superstar. Zaprandigan is catching up to Schoolbus Rustavi. Looks like a battle brewing. Amy is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Bufinini Teen also advances 1 position into 7. Anarchisix and Hot Bolognese are neck and neck for 9th place. Zaprandigan is sneaking closer to Schoolbus Rusty, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Elias X98 is gaining ground on Generate, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Anarchisix has climbed up 1 spot into 9th place. Zadimoji James is on a tier, climbing 8 places to 11. Ufinatin just nudged forward 1 spot to 6th. Amy just lost a spot to Uncle Tobin, so now she's in 2nd. Adiev is now 7th, climbing steadily. Maya is holding steady in 8th. Aminzan just made a quick jump to 10th place. Uncle Tobin is holding on to the lead, inching further ahead. Eganarite is right behind, trying to catch up. The race is heating up at the front. Iconic Odd is racing a Porsche 959 from 1987. They're currently in 15th place. Just behind the leaders, but a bit off the pace with a fastest lap of 39.159. Looks like they're trying to catch up, but still have some ground to make up. Lazy Towner better watch out. Amundsen is gaining ground fast. Iconic Odd is hot on Amy's tail now, and I'm creeping up on Gliding Penguin, not letting them breathe easy. Xianeng is climbing up to third place. Lux Ravenous is now in fourth. Anarchizix is closing in on Ediev, cutting the gap by a second. Zugsterkat is holding 8th place and is slightly ahead of Elias X988 in 6th. Elias has a bit of a gap to close if he wants to catch Zugster. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Buffy19 is gaining on Zugsterkat, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Schoolbus Rostevi is inching closer to Athena CNC, not giving up yet. Ediev is gaining on Elias 98, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Buffy19 is inching closer to Zugsterkat, just over a second behind. Zap Brandigan is making a move on Schoolbus Rostevi, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Anarchizix is gaining on Ediev, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Zugsterkat is right behind Amundsen, inching closer with every lap. Zap Brandigan is on the hunt for Schoolbus Rostevi, narrowing the distance steadily. Athena CNC is making a bold move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 7 cars. Anarchizix is closing in on Ediev, shrinking the gap by over 3 seconds. Amundsen just sneaks into the top 10. Zugsterkat and Buffy19 are climbing right behind, making it a tight little chase. Buffy19 is gaining on Zugsterkat, closing the gap to just over a second. Zap Brandigan is hot on the heels of Schoolbus Rostevi, closing in fast. Gliding Penguin is gaining on Iconic Odd, closing the gap rapidly. Zydemogiamis is inching closer to Athena C, but not quite as fast. Igenerite is now just a few car lengths behind on Klatoben, closing the gap rapidly. Amundsen is inching closer to Lazy Towner but still has some ground to make up. Buffy19 climbs to 11th place. Ain moves up to 12. I'm closing in on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Zademoji James is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 17. Amundsen is closing in on Lazy Towner, the gap shrinking by a second and a third. Iconic Odd just snuck up 1 place to 13. Generite is closing in on Klatoben, the gap shrinking by 3.6 seconds. Schoolbus Rostevi has climbed 1 spot to take 17th place. Zap Brandigan has also moved up 1 spot to take 18th. Zap Brandigan is driving a 1987 Roof CT or Yellowbird DDG. They're currently in 21st place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of 39.491. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Brandigan is driving a 1987 Roof CTR Yellowbird and is currently in the 17th place. Their fastest lap is 39.491, so they're not exactly setting the pace, but still hanging in there. Ediliv is gaining fast on Ilias X988, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Iconic Odd is almost on. Amy, just a second and a half behind. Zugsterkat is creeping up on me, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Sadimoji James is driving a 1986 BMW M3E30. Their race looks rough with a position in the middle of the pack, and a slowest lap of nearly 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Not exactly setting the world on fire. Anarchy 6 is on a tier, climbing 5 spots to second place. Lazy Towner just nudged into 8. Mr. Roche is inching closer, now in 18. The retro street cars are all pretty close in performance, but the older Porsche 911 Turbo seems to struggle with the track layout. The track favors the more agile and lighter cars, which is why the Ferrari and Yellowbird are leading. The slower Porsche drivers are getting left behind on the tight corners. Mr. Roche is making a quick climb, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Eganite is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Xianeng is also moving up, now in 3rd. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Lazy Towner's really pushing on Idielev, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on Hot Bolognese, chipping away 1.2 seconds. Anarchy 6 is climbing up the ladder, moving up 1 spot to 14. Athena CNC is climbing up to 18th place. School Busser Steffi is also moving up to 19th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Lux Revenos is making a move into 2nd place. Ilias X988 is also climbing up to 3rd. Gliding Penguin is closing the gap on Amy by a second and a half. Mr. Roche is closing in on Schoolbus Rest SC fast, just 19.3 seconds behind. Ediliv has climbed 2 spots to 4th place. Brandigan is making moves, up 1 spot to 16th. Lazy Towner is closing in on Siam, the gap shrinking by 18.1 seconds. Zugsterkat is gaining on Anarchy 6, closing the distance by 5.30 seconds. Aminsan is creeping closer to Hot Bolognese, chipping away at 1.7 seconds. Wow! Uncle Tobin winning the race at Macau Gia? Looks like all those practice laps really paid off. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, Tobin, you really pulled off the win. Great job leading the pack and showing those other cars who's boss. Now, as for the drivers who get to claim some shiny new rides, congratulations to LES and NE8 for winning the bet race. You now get yourself a 1987 Porsche 959, a true classic among retro street cars, and Amundsen. For making the most overtakes and showing some serious flair, you get a 1987 Ferrari F40. Talk about a sweet reward for some daring driving. Well done, everyone. This race was totally electrifying. Sure thing. Did you know that Mas Duclos is famous for its tight corners and sudden elevation changes? It's like the track is giving the drivers a roller coaster ride with every lap. Not exactly the place to let your guard down, but definitely a fun challenge for the cars and the drivers alike. Alright everyone, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost finished and then we get to see these bots race. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite. Hey Dialpack 41, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you tuning in again. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Oh, wow. Both of these cars are absolute monsters. The Ferrari 812 Superfast is known for its incredible speed and handling, especially with that V12 engine purring under the hood. It's the kind of car that screams luxury and performance combined. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Aventador is a beast, designed for raw power and aggressive styling, with that V12 engine to back it up. If I had to pick a favorite based on just the cars, I'd lean towards the Ferrari for its agility and finesse around sharp corners. But the Lamborghini's raw power could definitely give it an edge on the straightaways. So, who do I think will win? I'd put my money on the Ferrari, but don't count the Lamborghini out just yet. It's going to be a close one, I can feel it. Alright folks, the race is kicked off at Masterclass. Ren Kaori is starting on pole, zooming in with a 2017 Ferrari 812 Superfast. Looks like we've got some serious speed up front. Billy has shot off the line to take the lead. Ren Kaori is holding strong in second place. Wauxi B is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Archeron 192 is climbing up to fourth place. Rumia Fizz 13 and Archeron 192 are nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is making a move to seventh. Archerona 92 is climbing up to third place. Wauxi B and Archeron 192 are nose to nose for that position. D-Factor is making a move, now in 9th place after gaining 2 spots. Waxy B is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Bees McGee has moved into 6th position. And I am now in 7th place, also moving up 1 spot. The race is heating up. Def Actor is climbing up to 8th place. Justin Gilks and Amundsen are nose to nose for 10. Strutting Jal is advancing to 13. Mirgutsu is climbing to 13th place. Waldo and Dalipak 41 are nose to nose for 15. Zhang is inching up to 19. Archer 192 just snuck into 3rd place. Dave Factor and I are nose to nose for 7. Strutting Jal and Mirgutsu are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Dave Factor is climbing to 7th place. Strutting Jal is now in 13th. James Misk has moved up to 15th. Nodibutsu is climbing to 12th place. James Misk is now in 14th place. Amy is making her way to 17th place. Justin Gilks is climbing to 10th place. Xianang and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 19th. Waxy B is climbing to 3rd place. Justin Gilks is also moving up to 9th. Mitsira Upstocks and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 9th. Archeru 92 is climbing up to 3rd place. Dave Factor is now in 6th. Nadir Upstocks has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Maya and Bees McGee are neck and neck for 7th place. Amin-san just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Mirgutsu also moved up 1 spot into 11th. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing to 4th place. Dave Factor is closing in on Waxy B, now 1.6 seconds behind. James Misk is moving up to 12th and is in a tight battle with Mirgutsu for 11th. Rumi Fizz 13 is closing in on Archer 192. The gap shrinking by 1.4 seconds. Def Factor is gaining on Waxy B, closing in by 1.2 seconds. James Smith is moving up 1 spot to 11. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Amin-san has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 position. James Misk is in 10th place, making a similar move forward. Dalpak 41 is driving a 2017 Audi R8. They're currently in 18th place, with a best lap time of 1:33.368. Looks like a steady race, but not quite enough to challenge the front runners yet. Maya is closing in on Waxy B, cutting the gap down by 1.4 seconds. Strutting Jal has climbed 1 spot to take the 15th position. Strutting Jal and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 14th place. D Factor is closing in on Rumi Fizz 13, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. James Nisk has moved up one spot to 9th place. Amin San and James Nisk are battling closely for 9th position. Wow, Billy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Billy really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next on the track. A fun fact about the 2007 Caparo T1 is that it was designed to be a track-focused, road-legal hypercar that mimics the sensations of a Formula One car. It has a tiny lightweight chassis and a V8 engine, which means it can accelerate from 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. It's basically like having a supercar that's been training for an F1 race, minus the helmet and pit stops. Alright, everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to make your move before they all zoom off without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Bleachmep C with a 2002 Cadillac Cian. It's an interesting choice, a car known for its power and uniqueness, but it's getting a bit long in the tooth compared to modern supercars. On the other side, Dre 192 Bex is racing a 25 Ferrari FXX, which is a very specialized, high-performance machine with cutting-edge tech for its time. Given the cars, I'd lean towards the Ferrari. The FXX was built for track dominance, light, nimble, with a focus on aerodynamics and speed. The Cadillac, while powerful, might struggle with agility and braking at Feldbergring's twisty parts. But hey, it's AI-driven racing, so who knows if the Cian might surprise us with some unexpected moves. Still, my money's on the Ferrari taking the lead as we watch this unfold. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Feldbergring with the 2000 supercars. Wolf of Eco is on pole, piloting a 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GTR. Buckle up, this is going to be a wild ride. Wolf of Eco is leading the race, followed by Gerloff Diamond in second place, and Dale Pack 41 in third. Looks like a pretty competitive start so far. Girl of Diamond and Wolf of Echo are nose to tail for first place. Dalapack 41 and Girl of Diamond are fighting hard for second. Sputnik NZ and Dalepack 41 are locked in a close scrap for third. Nadisperi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 20. Yamchubby Panda is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit at 22. Bleach Mepsi is having a rough patch, dropping 6 positions to 26. Tydadrums 31 is driving a 2001B Engineering Edinus. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Bleach Mepsi is on a tier, overtaking 25 cars to take the lead. Wolf of Echo and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for first place, while XCB is climbing up, grabbing the 8th spot. Wolf of Echo and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for first place. Sir Prothry is chipping away at XOSC's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. D192X has climbed 1 spot to 21st. Dalapack 41 is charging to the front, now in first place. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to third. Beef Sliders is making a move, now in fourth. Tugonit DTV is climbing to 8th place. Grampy Jerf is now 9. Detoxinus has moved into 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Amy is making a move, climbing to 15th place. Cloud Surface 69 is on a roll, now in 17th after overtaking 5 cars. Bleach Mepsi is closing in on Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, shrinking the gap by 540 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Yoongjun Stort 1 on 2. And Detoxins are still neck and neck for 12th. Amy is closing in on Siang, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Beef Sliders just overtook someone to take 3rd place now. Wolf of Echo and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 2nd. Sputnik NZ and Beef Sliders are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Sir Prothry is making a nice climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars and landing in 7th place. Beef Sliders is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Sputnik NZ is also climbing 1 spot into 3rd. Wow, Dalapack 41, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Dalo Pack 41 really took that win. Great job out there. You clearly know your way around the virtual racetrack. Congratulations. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Cadegua Corto B circuit, I'd probably go with the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196. It's a legendary F1 car that was ahead of its time, with excellent handling and speed for the era. Plus, it's a bit of a historical beast, so I'd say it's got the edge when it comes to raw performance on a tricky circuit. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down and soon we'll be stuck with whatever car the AI randomly picked. So if you've got a favorite or just want to see a weird choice, now's the time to raise your hand or shout it out. Don't make me pick a clown car for you. Wow, what a classic showdown. On one side, we have Zepp Brannigan piloting a vintage Bugatti from 1955. That car is a legend, but it's also pretty old school compared to the Mercedes-Benz W196 from 1954. The 196 was a Formula One racing car, built for speed and agility. So while it's also vintage, it's designed for racing excellence. Given that, I'd say the Mercedes might have a slight edge in this race, especially on a track like Cadegua Corto B, where handling and speed can really make a difference. But hey, the Bugatti's charm and history could surprise us. So I'm placing my bets on Ragnaroks with the Mercedes. Let's see if the old race car magic can keep up. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Cadegua Corto B with a Waldrino on pole, in a 1950 Ferrari 375 F1. Expect some vintage excitement today. Waldrino has shot out in front, leading the race. Cloud Surfer 69 is holding strong in second place. Merchican Leave is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Cherofa Kitten is climbing up to fourth place. Bethray Lane and Cherofa Kitten are still battling for that spot. Jade's Ilgaming is making a move, climbing 2 spots to sit in sixth. Bethray Lane is climbing to fourth place. Zianang is now 9th. Beat Swidkev has moved up to 11th, closing in. Bozanic Vinful 183 is climbing to 6th place. Matrixco is now 7th. Its Bumblebee is pushing into 9th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up a spot today. Zainang and its Bumblebee are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. So Pro 3 has gained 1 spot and is now in 13. Amy is also climbing up 1 position into 15. Velnik Vinto 183 is gaining on Kitten, closing the gap by over a second. Jade Silgaming and Matrix Go are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Zhang is climbing up to 9th place, leaving 1 behind. Fish the Husky is making a charge, climbing 8 places now. Sinang is closing the gap on Jazal Gaming, getting closer by the second. So Pro 3 is on the move, gaining 2 spots and climbing into the top half of the field. Marja Kublai is driving a 1954 Konuk Type B. He's currently in the 20th place, so he's not exactly leading the pack but still hanging in there. Zainang is driving a 1960 Scarab F1, which is quite a rare choice in this lineup. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in the middle without much action around them. Jade Solgaming is climbing nicely to 6th place. Amy is closing in on Archeron 192, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Marja Kublai is moving up to 18th place. GM Prime is climbing up to 14th place. Amy and GM Prime are neck and neck for that spot. Fish the Husky is catching up to Amy fast. Just a second behind now. Matrixco is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Matrixco and Jazal Gaming are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy is making a move, up 1 spot to 14th. Marja Kublai is climbing fast into the top 15. Maya is right behind him, making moves to get into the top 16. Ixraib Narux is also on the charge, pushing into the top 17. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. GMN Prime and Amy are neck and neck for 12th place. Saprandigan and Storyforge are locked in a fierce fight for 18th. Matrixco is closing the distance on Axononi now, just 1.6 seconds behind. GMN Prime is now in 11th place. Fish the Husky is right behind in 12th. They're nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Cloud Surfer 69 is almost on a Waldrino's tail, closing in by 1 second. Jade Zalgaming is right behind Kitten, also cutting the gap by 1 second. Fish the Husky just gained a spot and is now 12th. Fish the Husky is gaining on Archeron 192, closing the gap by another 1.5 seconds. They are now locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Meanwhile, Maya and Marja Kublai are also neck and neck for 14th place, keeping things interesting. Fish the Husky is climbing to 11th place. Maya is catching up to 14th. Zaprandigan is pushing to 18th. Wow, look at that! A Wildrino just took the top spot. Guessed it the fastest in the bunch today. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Waldrino. That was an impressive victory. Way to dominate the race and leave the others in the dust. And hey Maya, look at you! With the most overtakes, you totally earned that vintage 1956 Lancia D50 Kyle. That's quite the piece of racing history. Well done! Alright, the 2017 Toyota Camry is known for being one of the most reliable sedans out there. It's like that friend who always shows up on time and never complains, even if you're taking a weird detour. Fun fact, it was one of the best-selling cars in America that year, proving that sometimes, simple and dependable beats all the fancy stuff every time. Perfect for those who want a car that just gets the job done without any drama. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Both cars are pretty similar age-wise, but the Ford Fusion might have a slight edge in terms of aerodynamics and handling on a track like Nashville Superspeedway. The Chevrolet SS is solid, but it's not exactly known for its agility around turns. Honestly, I'd give a tiny advantage to Shoebox Tails Ford, but don't count out Cobracle just yet, especially if the AI drivers are feeling particularly competitive today. This one could come down to who manages the corners better. Alright folks, the race is underway at Nashville Superspeedway. It looks like it's Bumblebee is starting in the front, driving a 2017 Ford Fusion. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the AI cars have other plans. It's Bumblebee has shot off the line and taken the lead. Dicey Shanes is right behind in second place. Jan Show is holding on to third, but expects some early action to shake things up. Maya is making a move, climbing to 16. Laura Buttrill is right behind, now in 17 after passing 4 cars. Queen Manda is also on the rise, taking over 4 cars to sit in 19. Shron is on a roll, climbing up to 24th place. Detoxin is falling back to 31st. Looks like trouble. Dicey Shines just gained 1 spot, now in 2nd place. Official Class Alive is gaining on Shoebox TV, closing the gap to just under 8 seconds. Cobra Cull is closing in on Super Siggy, now less than 7 seconds behind. Unstabil is making a move on Queen Monda, but still a good 18 seconds back. The racer who just took 15 places on a roll, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. The Upper 7 is closing in on TPPPA at a rapid pace, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Mattisberry is not far behind, reducing the distance to the Hyper 7 by a whopping 9 seconds. Things are heating up in the midfield. Cobracle and Super Siggy are nose to tail for 7th place. Chosen's Coast has gained a spot and is now 10th. Kyroscope has also moved up 1 spot into 11th. It looks like Theon Cleosho and Alwyn Storm are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Kyroscope just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Queen Monda and its Thera pair are nose to nose for 17. Shoebox TV is climbing to 4th place. Isaacs is also moving up to 15th. Maya and Basic Switch are still neck and neck for 15th. Kyroscope and Patsos are nose to nose for 9th place. Chosen's Coast and Kyroscope are also fighting for 10th. Linlilac is climbing up to 12th. Linlilac just nudged into the top 12. Linlilac and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 10th place. Easyglitix is climbing up to 14. Shoebox TV and Alwyn Storm are neck and neck for 3rd place. Linlilac and Kyroscope are fighting hard for 10th. Someone and the Betty White Show are locked in a close duel for 14th. Shoebox TV and Alwyn Storm are neck and neck for 3rd place. Linlilac just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Kyroscope and Linlilac are also close for 10th, so expect some fireworks there. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 3rd place. Basic Switch and Chosen's Coast are battling for 12th. Someone and Basic Switch X are fighting for 13th. Daisy Shines and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Theon Cleosho and Alwyn Storm are swapping positions like a tennis match for 4th place. Basic Switch just made a sneaky move up 1 spot to 12th, climbing the ranks. Wow, looks like its Bumblebee just proved they're the fastest around Nashville Superspeedway. Congrats on the win. Wow, what an incredible victory for its Bumblebee. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. I guess all that practice watching racing movies paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that the Enea Pergusa track is actually built around a lake? It's one of the few racing circuits where you can race while enjoying a scenic view of water and greenery. It adds a little extra splash of excitement to the races. Literally. Alright. This is quite the throwback race with those cars. The BMW M3 GT-R Evo from 1995 is known for its legendary status and that raw, aggressive power. It's the kind of car that loves to dominate on technical tracks like Enapogase with its sharp handling. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo 155T IV6 from 1996 is no slouch either, especially with that V6 engine. But it's more of a balanced car, maybe a tad more suited for comfort than pure racing aggression. Considering the age and type of cars, I'd give the edge to Dude Smokey Blunt's BMW because of its racing pedigree and reputation for pushing hard on twisty courses. But hey, blaming Buddha's Alpha isn't out of it. It could surprise us with a smooth, strategic run. So, I'd say the BMW might just edge out the Alpha, but this race could come down to driver strategy more than the cars themselves. Let's see how the AI handles those curves. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Enapogase, and leading the pack is the retro DTM car. Frag out in a classic 1995 BMW M3 GT-R Evo. Looks like they're setting the pace right out of the gate. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, Frago right behind in second, and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start that I'm sure it'll stay exciting. The Lightning Thief climbs to 8th place. The Lightning Thief and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for 7th. On X-Ragnaroks advances to 10th. Maya is holding her own in the middle of the pack. Amy and Fragu are still neck and neck for 2nd place. X-Ragnaroks and HP Lootcraft are trading positions for 9th. Maldox FCAF and Otterly Artorias are locked in a close fight for 14th. Super Siggy and Ozgazerod are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Maldox FTF just sneaked into the 13th position, climbing 1 place. Buckybird is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Amy and Fragout are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Lightning Thief is climbing steadily to 7th. Buckybird has stormed to the front, leaving a trail of overtaken cars behind. Oskzerod is closing in fast, overtaking a dozen cars to sit in 2nd. Maya and Oskzerod are now nose-to-nose for the 2nd spot. Looks like a fierce little duel. Maya is now in first place. Looks like the AI is loving the thrill. Amy is right behind in second. She's closing in but not quite there yet. Dragu is in third, hanging on tight. The top three are shaping up nicely. X-Ragnaroks and HP Lootcraft are battling fiercely for 8th place. Luckyboard is closing in on Autoleatorius, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. The Lightning Thief is driving a 1995 Volvo 850 in the BTC class, Dai. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not gaining much ground. Looks like a solid but uneventful race so far. Autoleatorius is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Dragu is closing the gap on Amy fast, now just 2 seconds behind. The fight for second place is heating up with Frag out and Amy nose to tail. Shekumaru is flying to the front, now in first place. HP Lootcraft is right behind, battling for second with me. This is getting spicy. Maya is now in first place. Amy has moved into second. Dragu is in third. The top three are really fighting for it. Super Sigi is climbing to 9th place. Autoleatorius is now in 10th. Madoxifthiev has also moved up to 11th. Looks like a little rally happening. Blaming Buddha and Titus 61 are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. The Lightning Thief and Dude Smoke Ea Blunt are also locked in a close duel for 6th. Blaming Buddha just sneaked into 4th place, leaving Titus 61 a close fight for that spot. Maldoxiaof is climbing up to 10th, so the race is heating up behind the leaders. The retro DTM cars are dominating the top spots with consistent lap times, showing they're well suited for this track. The BTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less grip or power on this circuit. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled. Winning the race at Enna is no small feat. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew all those hours of practicing would pay off. Now, for the drivers who deserve some glory, Amy. You crushed it with the fastest lap, so you get to claim a sleek 1994 Mercedes C 180 DTM. And as for me, I went all out with the most overtakes, so I'll be claiming the 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Great effort from everyone. And I can't wait to see what happens in the next race. Sure. Did you know that the 1995 Lola T95-0 was actually the first car to feature Lola's innovative carbon fiber monocoque chassis? It was like the car's way of saying, "Hey, I'm lightweight and super strong, watch me glide through those curves." Still, it didn't quite get the fame it deserves. But hey, it paved the way for many future race cars. Alright, so we have two mystery drivers racing a classic Lola at Baskerville. That's like watching two shadowy figures in a game of hide and seek. Since we don't have much info, I'd say it's a total toss-up. But let's be honest, with cars this old and equally mysterious drivers, it's probably going to come down to who's feeling luckier today. My gut says the one who's less likely to accidentally turn it into a barbecue on the side of the track will have the edge. So, let's see who surprises us. Winner might just be the one who remembers which pedal is the gas and which is the brake. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Baskerville with Hellskank on pole, zooming in with a 1995 Lola T9500. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI is just messing around today. Deluxe Combo has taken an early lead. Hellskank is right behind in second place, and Cirque Mingate is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move up to fourth place. Clubbis 3 and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for that spot. Globals A and Walk CB are also locked in a close fight for 7. Bees McGee is climbing to 9th place. Meg Scoring Life is now in 11. Amy is making her way to 13th. Nox Exodus is driving a Lola T9500, one of the older models in the field. They're currently in the 16th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Le Rocher is in 9th place, driving a Reynard 95 A1. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Bees McGee is currently in 10th place, driving a Reynard 95 A1. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Waxy is driving a Reynard 95i, which is known for its agility but not necessarily for raw speed. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but still have room to improve. Sir Gummingate is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 3rd place. They've been quick with the best lap, just a few hundredths behind the leader. Looks like a solid race so far. The IndyCar's 1995 class, with these vintage Lola and Penske models, seems to create close racing. But the track's tight corners at Baskerville probably favor the more agile cars, like the Lola Team 9500. Nonstop 102 is driving a Reynard 95i, currently in 15th place. They're about half a second behind the car in 14th, and seem to be closing the gap. Looks like a steady climb, but they've got some ground to make up. Dr. Monkey 13 is racing a Lola T9500 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 0:53.383, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top 3. Well, look at that. Deluxe Combo just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done! Wow, Deluxe Combo really pulled off a stunning victory. Congratulations on that win, you definitely earned it. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know Tsukuba is known for its tight corners and quick straights? It's like a racetrack designed for thrill seekers who love to throw cars around curves. It's also famous for being a favorite spot for drifting enthusiasts. The track is pretty short, so every lap feels like a mini adventure. Perfect for intense AI races. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the selection window closes. Get those choices in before it's too late. Don't want your favorite car to be left behind. Hey Waynetrain94! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. We've got some exciting AI cars racing right now, so settle in and enjoy the chaos. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have T-Bone in a 24 Ferrari 550 GTS. That car is a classic and fairly balanced for its age. On the other hand, Xumer Girl is in a 27 Koenigsegg C She GT, which sounds like it might have some serious speed and agility. Given that the Koenigsegg is a newer and more aggressive supercar, I'd say Kazumako might have the edge here. But don't count out T-Bone, because the Ferrari's handling and driving dynamics could surprise us. Still, I'm placing my bets on the Koenigsegg to probably take the win, but only by a slim margin. Alright everyone, Amy starting strong on pole with her 2004 Porsche Carrera GT are here at Tsukuba. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI racers have other plans. Amy is leading the race right now, followed closely by Waynetrain94 in second place. I am currently in third, trying to keep up. Waintran 94 is now in first place. Katsume Girl has climbed to fourth. Higuracha Sport and T-Bome are nose-to-nose for sixth. Consumer Girl is climbing up to third place. Tebow is making a move to fifth. Relaxed Few is sneaking into seventh. Looks like the race is heating up. Frogsworth is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in ninth place, just ahead of two Mustangs and a Camaro. Looks like a solid mid-pack battle for them. T-Bome just sneaked into fourth place. Nigibutsu is climbing up to 10th, and Frogsworth is right behind him in that tight battle for 10th. Looks like things are heating up at the back. Frogsworth just sneaks into the top 10, maybe finally figuring out the track. Necrophantasm and Exclusive Agox are nose to tail for 14th. Looks like a battle of patience or pure chaos. Relaxed View is driving a Ferrari 575 GTC. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Frogsworth is driving a Ford Mustang from 2021. Looks like they're way behind the pack and probably just trying to stay on the track. Brenda Buster is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in the middle of the Trans Am pack, just ahead of Necrophantasm, but behind Frogsworth. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Vodka Morning is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class Ditto. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be a bit behind the leaders, but at least they're not stuck in the back. Amy is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in control unless he slips up. Bodemimonen is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 10th place, just behind Frogsworth and ahead of Emma Pinkwolf. Looks like a tight battle in the mid-pack. Relaxed View is driving a Ferrari 575 GTC. And is currently in 8th place. Their race seems steady, but not quite as quick as the front runners, with a fastest lap of 56.758 seconds. Emma Pinkwolf is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in the 12th position, and seem to be holding steady, just behind the leaders in the Trans Am class. The tight corners and short straights at Tsukuba are favoring the more agile cars like the Porsche and Koenigsegg, while the Trans Am cars are struggling to keep up with their slower top speeds. The GTR class is dominating with the top two spots showing strong performance. The Trans Am cars are lagging behind, likely due to less agility on this track. The Tsukuba circuit favors the GTR's balance and speed. Mara Pinkwolf is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. He's currently in 11th place, just behind Frogsworth and ahead of Brenda Buster. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Broxworth is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am Class door. They're currently in the 10th place, just behind the Camaro drivers. Looks like a steady race, but they might need to pick up the pace to catch up. Wow, Wayne Train 94 took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Wow! Wayne Train 94 really stole the show. Congratulations on a well-earned victory. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. A 24 Porsche Carrera GT-R is no small prize. Hope you enjoy that beast. Here's a fun fact for you. The V8 supercars racing cars are so aggressive and loud that they can be heard from miles away, making every race feel like a rock concert on wheels. It's like watching a bunch of thunderbolts tearing up the track, and with all that power, they can accelerate faster than a cheetah chasing down its prey. Talk about a high-speed symphony. Well, with the old school versus the slightly newer model, I'd say it really depends on how well the AI has tuned each car. The 2013 Holden Commodore VF is known for being a bit more refined and having better handling, but the 277V has a certain rugged charm that might surprise us. Honestly, I'd lean toward Tyler's car winning just because of the improvements in the VF model, especially on a technical track like Wakefield Park. But hey, in a race driven by AI, anything can happen, so I'm just here for the chaos. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Wakefield Park and Knox Exodus is starting on pole in a 2013 Nissan Altima. Here's hoping that old sedan can hold its own in the V8 supercars class. Let's see if it surprises us all. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Knox Exodus in second place and Alex Asnobrain holding on to third. Knox Exodus just took the lead, now in first place. Yuki Raman is closing in on second, making it a close fight with Amy Dote. Who's gonna blink first? Maya and Alex Hasnobrain are nose to tail for fourth place. Diane Klejosho just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Maya is in fifth place with her 2013 Nissan Altima. She's holding her position but not making any big moves yet. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. Amy is leading the race in her 2013 Holden Commodore VF. She's holding a comfortable lead so far, but the race is still wide open. Yaki Ramen is in third place with a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Looks like they're holding steady and pushing for a podium finish. Alan 656 is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in 6th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Alex Has No Brain is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima, same as the leader. They're holding steady in 4th, so no major drama yet. Tyler just snuck into 9th place. Looks like official Class Elite and Tyler are neck and neck for that spot. Who's gonna blink first? Road 3 Boy Gaming Studios is in 8th place with a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Their fastest lap is just over a minute 3. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite breaking into the top 5 yet. The V8 supercars are holding steady at Wakefield Park, but the older Nissan Altimas are surprisingly competitive. The tight track seems to favor the more nimble cars, and the slower lap times from some drivers suggest handling might be more critical than outright speed here. The track's tight corners seem to favor the V8 supercars with good acceleration, keeping the top 3 tightly packed. The Nissan Altimas are holding their own, but the slower lap times suggest the track's complexity is challenging for some. Maya, Nissan Altima, is currently in 5th place, but her fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Knox Exodus is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something unexpected happens. The track seems to favor the V8 supercars with quick laps, but the tight corners might be causing some overtaking chaos. Alan 656 is driving a Nissan Altima just like Maya and Knox Exodus. They're currently in 6th place, hanging around the mid-pack, with the fastest lap of nearly 1 minute and 2 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Knox Exodus is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Pierre Dope is racing a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack with a solid pace, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Tyler is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. They're currently in the top 10 and have the fastest lap among the lower half of the field, so they're making some moves. Alan 656 is driving a Nissan Altima from 2013. He's currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap just under 1 minute 2 seconds. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Well, look at that. Nox Exodus has taken the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Nox Exodus really took that race by storm. Congratulations. They must have some serious skills to come out on top. Great job leading the pack and showing everyone how it's done. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Gentrack 1 circuit, I'd probably go with the 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. It's got that sleek Italian flair and a reputation for decent handling, even if it's not the fastest in the bunch. The vintage BMW 318. I might be a bit outgunned in terms of power, and those Ford Moneos tend to be a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to race performance. The Vauxhall Cavaliers and Volvos are more about comfort than speed. So I'd say the Alfa stands the best chance of turning some heads, and maybe even crossing the finish line first. Alright folks, only a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choice quickly or you might end up with the car nobody wanted. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. Zero Team Live with that classic 1996, Vauxhall Vectra and Vinha 17, with a slightly newer one 1999, Nissan Primera P11. I gotta say the Vauxhall has that nostalgic charm, but the Primera is known for being pretty reliable and slightly more refined. In a race like this, I'd probably bet on the Nissan just because it's a bit newer and might have a slight edge in handling or speed. But then again, the Vauxhall's got a certain stubbornness that could surprise us. Who knows? It's going to be a fun showdown regardless. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Gentrack 1. Vuato's on pole in a classic 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GT. Hey, let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Vuato has shot off the line to take the lead. Amundsen is holding strong in second place, and I am holding on to third for now. Let's see if I can keep up or if the AI will throw a surprise. Maya just overtook for second place. Looks like the race is heating up. Amundsen and Maya are still nose to tail for that second spot. Vinha 17 and Zero Time Live are locked in a close fight for fifth. Unknown Tactis is now in third place, closing the gap. Amundsen and Unknown Tactis are nose to tail for third. Amy has climbed to 9th, looking to make a move. Caffeinated Car is driving a Subaru Legacy RS from 1990. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 20, but no real moves yet. Might need more caffeine to catch up. Maya and Fuzo are nose to tail at the front, no room for error. Serotimiev and Amin-san are swapping positions every lap. It's a game of patience. Over in the back, Toucan's Flora and the Empress are fighting hard for that last few spots. Looks like they're not giving up without a fight. Akvaiti is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 3rd place. Aussie 2002 is making moves, passing 3 cars to reach 14th. Unknown Tactics is on the attack, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Serotimiev has gained 2 spots and is in 4th. Vina 17 moved up 1 spot and is now in 6th. Darigos just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Saman Zamun and Darigos are nose to tail for 16. Blaming Buddha and Dayeth Empress are fighting for 22. No clear leader in that scrap yet. Alzita 2002 and Rosaurus are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Darigos just gained 1 position to sit 16th. Damon Samun and Darigos are fighting hard for the 16th position. Matrixco and Kerovinen are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Aussie 2002 is climbing up to 13th. Darigos is also making progress, now 15th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Bozo and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd. Yin has 17 and Amin-san are fighting hard for 5th. Blaming Buddha is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to reach the 18th place. Anarchizix just gained 1 position, now in 9th. Looks like Amy and Anarchizix are nose to nose for that 9th place. Matrixco is climbing to 10th place. Rosaurus is gaining on Aussie 22, closing the gap by over a second. Mutwolf is making a move, now in 17th. Unknown Tactics is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Hellskank is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75 in the Group N class. They're currently in 19th place and seem to be hanging around the mid-pack with a decent lap time of 1 minute 45.973 seconds. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Well, look at that. Unknown Tactics takes the top spot. Clearly, they were the fastest today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an unbelievable achievement. Unknown Tactics really went all out to dominate the race, set the fastest lap, and pull off the most overtakes. That's what I call a triple threat. Huge congratulations to them for crushing it today. This is the kind of performance that makes you think they might just be a racing legend in the making. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1960 Scarab Indy. It has that vintage racing charm, and the power to surprise a few modern circuits. The others are certainly interesting, but the Scarab has a certain aggressive edge that might just give it the boost needed on a shorter, twisty track like Botniaring. Hey, Raphael. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Well, looking at these two vintage beauties, it's like a classic showdown. Wild Cavanonis 1963. Agachanian Watson has that historic charm, and might have a bit more modern tweaks for the race. On the other hand, Wood3 Out 25's 1957, Curtis Craft 500B, while vintage, is a true racing legend from its era tile. Given the race is short and intense, I'd probably lean towards Wild Cavanonis Watson, just because it's a touch newer and might have better handling for Botniaring shorts, twists and turns. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. The Curtis Craft could surprise us with a burst of speed. So my bet goes to Wild Cavanon. But I won't be shocked if Whip 3025 pulls off an upset. Alright folks, the race is underway here at Botniaring Short. Leading the pack is Lyra Shai in a classic 1963, Agachanian Watson, starting on pole. This old-timer's got some serious charm and speed, so let's see if she can hold off the newer contenders. Lyra Shai has shot off into the lead. Maya is holding on to second place, just ahead of Amy in third. Looks like a close fight already. Rafael is climbing up to third place. Gravy Graves has moved up to fifth. Lehi 7 and Gravy Graves are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Lehi 7 is climbing up to 5th place. Meg Exploring Life is now 7th. Whip Free Out 25 has moved into 10th. Whip Free Out 25 and Trash Crashton are nose-to-nose for 9th. Gravy Graves and the Hyper 7 are neck and neck for 5th place. Whip 3 Out 25 is climbing to 9th. Wild Cavanon is making a move to 11th. Trash Crashton advances to 9th place. Buckyboard moves up to 13th. Buckyboard and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for 12th. Jordan F is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They are currently in the 13th place, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, probably stuck behind some traffic or slower cars. Maya is holding second place in her Ferrari 375 Indy. She's been close behind Lyra Shai, but hasn't made a move yet. Looks like she's keeping it steady for now. Wild Kevinona and Whip 3 out 25 are battling fiercely for 10th place. Jordan F is inching closer, climbing up to 12th. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy Decoy. Looks like she's holding steady but no overtakes yet. Race seems pretty calm for now. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is currently in 8th place, driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. Their fastest lap is listed as 99.99. Might suggest they haven't set a valid lap time yet. Looks like they're struggling to find consistency. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. They're currently in 8th place, and their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front pack. Dehi Per 7 is climbing up to 4th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is narrowing the gap to Meg's Boring Life by 1.3 seconds. La Roche is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so it looks like she's in control and might seal the deal. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 5th place. Next Boring Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. Whip 3 out 25 is making a move to 10th. Meg's Boring Life just sneaked into 6th place. Wild Cavanona and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a battle for the back end of the top 10. Gravy Graves is driving a Kuzma Offie from 1952. Looks like they're holding a solid 6th place, but the pace is a bit slower than the leaders. Nothing too exciting yet. Wild Cavanona is holding a decent lead over Whip 3 out 25, but Whip 3 out 25 is right behind and could pounce if Wild Cavanona slips. Amy is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like she's holding her own among the top contenders. Wow, La Roche, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, La Roche really pulled off the victory. Congrats, you must be feeling like the king or queen of the AI racetrack now. Way you go, that was an impressive win. Here's a fun fact about the 1970 Lada 2101. It was basically the Soviet Union's answer to the Fiat 124, and they managed to produce over 3 million of these cars. Talk about a Soviet success story in the automotive world. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and the race is about to start. Don't let your favorite slip away. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown of vintage Italian engineering. Wrestling 567 with the 1970 Abarth 1000T CR versus Bjorn Art with the 1967 Abarth 1000 Berliner Corsa Data. Both are pretty legendary, but I'd probably give a slight edge to Wrestling 567. The TCR model should have a bit more power and agility, which are crucial on a tight, twisty circuit like Villa Real Deal. Bjorn Art's Berliner Corsa is definitely a beauty, and has its charm, but it might struggle a little with the newer designs, slightly more advanced aerodynamics and handling. Still, don't count it out. It's got the classic charm and might pull a surprise. But if I had to place a bet, I'd say Wrestling 567's car will have a small advantage and come out ahead. Let's see how the AI does on this vintage versus vintage battle. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Circuito International de Villarreal. And leading the pack in Group 1 is the Iker 77 car, a classic 1967 Volkswagen Carmen. Seems like a pretty stylish way to start the race, don't you think? Iker 77 has shot off the line to take the lead. Ice is holding strong in second place, and Merchican Live is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Ice and Iker 77 are nose to tail at the front. Vinha 17 just gained one spot and is now in 8th place. Lazy Towner and Vinha 17 are battling hard for 8th position. Ice is climbing up to first place. Merchican Leg is also moving up to second. Uncle Tobin is making a move to 6th. The race is heating up. Merchican Live is climbing up to first place. Ice and Merchican Leaf are nose to nose for the lead. Wrestling 567 is also on the move, now in 3rd place. Uncle Tobin is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia T I Super Tortoise. Looks like he's hanging around in 8th place, not making much noise but staying steady. Vinha 17 and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 6th place. Dang Nuggins is climbing 2 spots to get to 16. Amy and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close fight for 16. Vinha 17 is climbing fast into 5th place. Strutting Jarl is making a move into 11. Dank Nuggins is pushing into 15. Looks like some steady progress. Vinha 17 is gaining on Iker 77, closing the gap by 1 second. Dank Nuggins is also closing in on Dishonored Fox, reducing the distance by just over a second. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 16th place. Big Boy Bets just edged out Budazarer for 8th place. Strutting Jarl and Lazy Towner are still neck and neck for 10th. Big Boy Bets is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Budazarer and Big Boy Bets are still neck and neck for 8th. Strutting Jarl has moved up to 10th, making a small climb. Wrestling 567 just sneaked into 2nd place, leaving Ice behind in a close fight. Strutting Jarl is closing the gap on Bedazzara, shaving off a second and a half. Things are heating up. Vinha 17 is climbing to 4th place. Big Boy Bets is now in 7th. Dishonored Fox has moved into 13th. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 3rd place. Ice and Vinha 17 are nose to nose for that spot. Uncle Tobin is also on the move, now in 8th place. Strutting Jarl advances to 9th place. Dishonored Fox climbs to 12th place. Unistix and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for 12th. Willow Shrub is driving a 1964 Abarth 850T Corsa.ta. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress so far. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Bedazzara, closing the gap nicely. Amy is inching closer to Dank Nuggins, making it interesting. Anonymous Ninity 3 is catching up to Story Forge, not letting that lead get comfortable. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 11th place. Amy is also moving up to 14th. Dank Nuggins and Amy are nose to nose for 14th. Well, look at that. Merchicken Live just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Merchicken Live really pulled it off, didn't they? Congratulations! That was an incredible race, and they totally earned that victory. Can't wait to see what they do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and steering response. Juan Les Esas has some sharp corners and tricky chicanes, so a car that can grip the road and respond quickly to steering inputs is essential. Quick acceleration out of turns and good stability at high speeds would also be key. Top speed isn't as critical here compared to agility and control. Basically, I want a car that feels glued to the road and can dance through those tight corners with finesse. Oh, this is a classic American muscle car showdown. The Chevrolet Camaro and the Ford Mustang are both pretty iconic. But the real question is which one has the edge on Juan Le Esar. The Camaro tends to have a bit more aggressive handling and a slightly better grip in tight turns, while the Mustang might be a tad more balanced overall. But since we're talking AI drivers, I guess it all comes down to how smarty pants the algorithms are for each car. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to Frankie in the Camaro, especially if the AI leverages the car's power well on the straights. But don't count out Maya in the Mustang. Sometimes the underdog just surprises us with a slick overtaking move. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ruan Leesara, and Singoshi is on pole in a 2021 Ford Mustang. Looks like he's got the initial edge, but with this AI racing, anything can happen. Singoshi has taken an early lead, holding the first place. David Sertz is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Vinha 17 is in third, not far off the pace. David Sertz takes the lead and is now in first place. Kilukachu climbs up to third place. Vinha 17 and Kilukachu are nose-to-nose for third spot. Vinha 17 just overtook someone to take third place. Okinabaka and I are still nose-to-nose for 6th. Aisley is climbing up to 10th. Maya just gained one more spot, now in 5th place. The race between Maya and Kilukachu is heating up for 4th. Okinabaka and Frankie are nose-to-nose for 6th. Aisley is climbing up to 9th place. Nico Brokas just moved into 11th. Hikori Hamzam is now in 13th. Everyone's making some moves today. Unistix is driving a 2020 Geely Bindui and currently sits in the 16th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress, probably just enjoying the ride. Okinabaka and Frankie are still neck and neck for 6th place. Nico Broadcast has just overtaken someone to move into 10th. Hikari Hamzam is also climbing up to 12th. Okinabaka just overtook someone to take 6th place. Trash Crashton is climbing fast, now in 13th. Zero Time Live and Solid Shadon Ninity 1 are wheel to wheel for 14th. Looks like a close one. Kilukachu is now in 4th place. Maya has also moved up to 5th. Okinabaka is closing in on the top 5 as well. Aisley is climbing to 8th place. Nico Broadcast is sneaking into 9th. Hikori Hamzam is making a move into 10th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up a spot today. Lord Batril is driving a 2014 Suzuki Swift, currently in the last place. Looks like the race isn't going his way so far. Adamant 44 is closing in on Trash Crashton, cutting the gap by 1 second. They are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. Vin 17 is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Trash Crashton and Vinha 17 are nose to tail for that same spot. Unistix is catching at a nut 44, shrinking the gap by a second and a half. Hikori Hamsam is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. They're currently in 12th place, so not quite in the thick of the battle but hanging around. Looks like a steady race for now. Amy is currently in 8th place driving a Chevrolet Camaro from 2021. Their lap times are not showing any fast laps, so it looks like they're taking it easy or struggling a bit. Nikhil Broadcast is climbing up to 8th place. Vinha 17 is also moving up to 9th. Aisley and Vinha 17 are nose to nose for 9th position. Aisley just nudged into the top 10 and now he's in a fierce duel with Vinha 17 for 9th place. Vinha 17 is climbing fast into 8th place. Trash Crashton is also making moves into 11th. Unistix and Adanut 44 are nose to nose for 13th. Kilukachu is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Class Totoin. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 6 seconds, and 892 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Maya is holding 8th but is closing in on Flanky Frankie, who's in 6th. Flanky Frankie's got a bit of a gap to the top 5, but Maya could overtake if she keeps pushing. Wow, Defizzers took the win. Looks like someone was just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Defizzards for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. You really showed those other cars who's boss. As for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, since you won the bet race, you get to take home the 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am. That's quite the prize. Well done everyone, this race just keeps getting more exciting. Here's a fun fact about the classic Indy cars. Back in the day, they used to have a special engine sound that some say sounded like a thunderstorm mixed with a scream. It was so iconic that just hearing it would send shivers down the spine of racing fans. It's like the cars had their own roaring personality on the track. Alright, so we have Autumn Thunderbird in a classic 1963, Agajani and Watson and Zasseter in a vintage 1958 Maserati 250F. Both are pretty iconic in their own right. But this is Bremgarten we're talking about, a track that's all about handling and agility. The Watson is probably a bit of a wild card here. It's a bit newer, which might give it some advantage in terms of handling, but it's also a less familiar name for many racing fans and might be more temperamental. The Maserati 250-50F, on the other hand, is a legendary race car with a reputation for balance and grace on old-school tracks like these. It's the kind of car that might surprise us all with its smoothness. Given the track and these cars, I'd lean slightly towards the Maserati, because it's known for its superior handling and agility in tight corners. Plus, it's just a more refined piece of racing history. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, surprises are more common than you'd think. So buckle up, because this could turn into a real nail-biter. Alright folks, the race at Bremgarten has just kicked off, and leading the pack is Reiko Haruji in a classic 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Aitu Hovea has shot off the line and taken the lead. Mutuba is holding second place, trying to keep up. Riko Haruji is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Simplemakers is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Reiko Haruji is losing ground, dropping 16 places to 19. Mutuba is holding the lead, just 1 spot ahead at the top. Nexeromaval is climbing up to 9th place now. Velocitor 14 and Nexeromaval are nose-to-tail fighting for that spot. Yaboai Rwanda is making a move to 17th, inching closer to the pack. Autumn Thunderbird just nudged ahead of Yabor Rwanda to take the 17th spot. Looks like they're neck and neck for that position. Leland Fox 213 is climbing to 5th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is now 6th. Nixa Romava has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Reiko Haruji is charging hard, closing the gap to Autumn Thunderbird by nearly 7 seconds. Yaboai Rwanda is climbing up to 16th place, making moves. Forzo is creeping closer to Matthewsaurus Rex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Velocitor 14 and the Fods 84 are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Avidrino and Yaboai Rwanda are neck and neck for 16th. Fox 213 is creeping closer to Zombush 86, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Matthewsaurus Rex is on the hunt for Silent Fox 213, chipping away at the distance by a little over a second. Yaboy is gaining on TPPPA, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Rikoharu G is gaining fast on Autumn Thunderbird. Maya is inching closer to Simple Markers. Yaboy Rwanda is making a move on TPPA. Rikoharu G is leading the race in a 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Their car is classic and likely nimble, but the race is still early, so anything can happen. Remgarten's tight corners and narrow layout are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than outright speed to shake up the standings. Nexaromava is on a roll, overtaking 7 cars to take the lead. Mutuba and Nexaromovo are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Matthewsaurus Rex and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close duel for 6th place. Mutuba and Nexaromovo are neck and neck for the lead. Simple Markers just snuck into the top 12. Sasatur is climbing up to 13. Mutuba takes the lead, leaving the rest in the dust. H2 Hove on Chubby. Boy RJ are climbing up, but still chasing that top spot. Zealand Fox 113 is climbing nicely into 4th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is also making progress into 5th, and looks like Maya is sneaking up to 14th. Keep the momentum going. Well, look at that. Mutuba just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, Mutube really pulled it off. Congratulations! They must have some secret sauce or maybe just some really good luck today. Either way, great job out there. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and aerodynamic efficiency, because Talladega is all about those long straightaways, where a car can really stretch its legs. Handling isn't as critical here since the corners are wide and less technical, so stability at high speeds becomes the key. You want a car that can stay glued to the track while racing in a big pack. So stability and raw speed would be the main qualities I look for in an AI driver. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery and driving the same classic car at Talladega, I'd say it's going to come down to pure luck, or maybe a sneaky AI trick. Since we don't know much about either of them, I'd lean towards the one who can keep their cool and avoid the chaos that Talladega tends to throw at us. So, my bet is on the AI driver who manages to stay in the middle of the pack without getting caught in a crazy wreck. But honestly, with such little info, it's more of a coin flip than a clear prediction. Hey MRF Society! Welcome back to the channel! Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show as these machines battle it out on the track. Alright everyone, Waffling Otters is leading the pack from pole position in a classic 1971 Ford Torino. It's like stepping back in time with all these retro wheels. Let's see if they can keep that momentum. Waffling Otters has taken an early lead, followed closely by La Croissant 1980 and Honestic. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle for the top spots. La Croissant 1980 just overtook for the lead up. Waffling Otters and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail at the front. Unistix and Waffling Otters are battling hard for second place. Waffling Otters and La Croissant in 1980 are nose to tail for the lead. Unistix and Waffling Otters are locked in a fierce duel for second. Rusnapalm 6 and Maya are trading paint for fifth place. Spikables is on a roll, now leading the race. Chubby Boy RJ and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to nose for 11th place. Maldox Iftaef is climbing, now in 15th. Waffling Otters is climbing up to second place. Vagrant Enchanter is making a move to 10th. Chubby Boy RJ and Rukimiriki are nose to nose for 11th. Maldox 50F is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ with a 5.5 second reduction. Wayne Trinan 84 is closing in on Iconic Odd, cutting the gap by 6.8 seconds. Waffling Otters has just snatched the lead, moving up one spot to take first place. La Croissant 1980 and Waffling Daughters are nose-to-nose for the lead. Unistix and La Croissant 1980 are fighting hard for second place. Rusnapalm Zix just gained one spot to sit in fifth. Rusnapalm Zix and James Misk are locked in a close duel for fourth. Unistix and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for second place. Rusnapalm Zix and James Misk are swapping paint for fourth. Ruki Miriki is climbing one spot to ninth. La Croissant 1980 and Waffling Daughters are nose-to-nose for the lead. Unistix and La Croissant 1980 are also locked in a fierce fight for second place. Rusnapalm Zix and James Misk are going wheel-to-wheel for fourth. La Croissant 1980 and Waffling Daughters are nose-to-tail for first place. Rusnapalm Zix has gained one spot and is now in fourth. James Misk and Rusnapalm Zix are battling hard for the fourth position. La Croissant 1980 and Waffling Daughters are nose-to-tail at the front. Unistix and La Croissant 1980 are also locked in a close fight for second place. James Misk and Rusnapalm Zix are battling hard for fourth. La Croissant 1980 just snatched the lead from Waffling Daughters. Waffling Daughters is not giving up easily though. James Misk is climbing steadily into the top four. Waffling Daughters and La Croissant 1980 are nose-to-tail for the lead. Unistix and Waffling Daughters are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Rusnapalm Zix and James Misk are battling hard for fourth. Waffling Daughters and La Croissant 1980 are nose-to-nose for the lead. Rusnapalm Zix just snuck into fourth place, eyeing the top three. James Misk and Rusnapalm Zix are swapping paint for the fourth spot. Waffling Daughters is holding on to the lead, but La Croissant 1980 is right on his tail. James Misk is trying to shake off Rusnapalm Zix, but they're still neck and neck for fourth. Ruki Miriki and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a close fight for ninth. Waffling Daughters just snatched the lead from La Croissant 1980. La Croissant 1980 isn't giving up without a fight though. James Misk is climbing steadily, now in fourth. Looks like a close fight at the front. Wow! Waffling Daughters really outpaced everyone. Guess all those utterly impressive skills paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow, Waffling Daughters really took the checkered flag and left the others in the dust. Great job! It's always exciting to see someone dominate the race like that. Waffling Daughters, you've officially earned the title of reigning champion for today. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. The Yas Marina Corkscrew is all about those sharp, challenging turns that demand precision and agility from a car. Top speed and raw power are cool, but if the car can't stick to the track and navigate those corkscrew turns smoothly, you're just spinning your wheels. So, a car with great grip and balanced suspension is what I'd prioritize for a race here. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump on it. The clock's ticking and we don't want any of you left behind in the starting line. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey there, everlasting Apex! Welcome back to the channel. I'm glad you could make it. You're just about to watch some AI cars race, so get ready for some high-speed chaos. Sit back and enjoy the show. Wow, those are some classic beauties going head-to-head at Yas Marina Corkscrew. Agrit's 34's Holden Monaro GTS is a muscle car legend, known for its raw power and aggressive styling. On the other hand, the Facel Vega Facel 2 is a luxurious French GT, more about elegance than outright speed. Given the twists and turns of the Corkscrew, I'd probably bet on the muscle car's raw torque to give it an advantage in accelerating out of those corners. But hey, the Facel 2 might surprise us with its smooth handling and stability. In the end, I think the Holden Monaro might just edge it out in this one. But don't count out the Facel Vega. It's got style and grace on its side. Who do you think will take the crown? Alright, everyone. Looks like X&A6 Witch is taking the pole in the all-random class, steering a classic 1988 BMW M5 U34. Let's see if that old-school charm can outpace the newbies. X&A6 Switch has taken an early lead, with the Empress right behind in second place. Connor Malady is holding on to third for now, but expect some action soon. Pumpkinov Clary is making a nice climb, now in 8th place. H2 Hove is on the move, climbing 5 spots to 15. Connor Malady is still leading, climbing 2 more positions to hold the top spot. H2 Hove is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 11. Amy is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16. I am inching forward 1 position to 4th. H2 Hove is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Bacho Grande is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th. And Maya is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Bacho Grande is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Amy is also making moves, now in 10th after her own 5-car surge, and closing in on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by a solid 2.2 seconds. Nya is closing in on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Detoxins has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. H2 Huavia is also up 1 spot, now in 5th. Maya is closing in on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. East Basic Switch and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Amy is closing in on Bacho Grande, the gap shrinking fast. Amy and Bacho Grande are nose to tail. This could get interesting soon. Max Spirelli is climbing up to 11th place. Agrids 34 and Dieppe Empress are nose to nose for 12. Amy just gained a spot to take 6th place. Bacho Grande and Amy are still nose to nose for 6th. Agrids 34 is climbing to 12th. H2 Hove is climbing to 4th place. Pumpkin Ovglary is gaining on X Basic Switch X, closing the gap by a second. Shattered Pixel is moving up to 13th. Amy is now in 4th place. Pumpkin Ovglary is gaining on X Basic Switch, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. The two are nose to tail for 8th place. Malady is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Amy is gaining on Fish to Husky, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kaboompa has moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Amy is catching Fish to Husky fast, closing the gap to just a second. Silhouette is also on the move, inching closer to the Empress by a little over a second. Maya is maintaining a steady pace, but still stuck behind the car in front. Amy is closing in on Fish to Husky, now just a second behind. Silhouette is gaining on the Empress, closing the gap to half a second. Maya is maintaining her lead at the front. Fish the Husky is feeling the heat from Amy, who is now just a second behind. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to X Basic Switch X, but still a good distance between them. Maya is closing in on the car ahead. The gap is shrinking fast. Someone is catching up to Shattered Pixel. Less than 2 seconds now. The battle for 13th place is heating up with those two cars almost nose to tail. Congratulations to Connor Malady on winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well done. Wow, Connor Melody really pulled off a win. Great job to them. As for the drivers, Amy, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the 1988 at GSJH 23. Well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Mustaclose looks like a twisty technical circuit with lots of turns and elevation changes, so a car that can grip the road well and change direction smoothly would have the advantage. Raw speed is nice, but being able to navigate those corners without losing control is what really counts here. Alright, this is a classic showdown between style and speed. The Jaguar D-Type is renowned for its sleek design and aggressive aerodynamics. But the Ferrari 250 Testarossa is a legend with a reputation for speed and agility. Since both are from the same vintage, the choice of car could tip the scales. If I had to guess, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge because of its lighter weight and legendary racing pedigree. But don't count out the Jaguar hanging in there. It's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Mustaclose. Toadette the Kitty is starting on pole with a classic 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. Looks like she's ready to take the lead with some vintage style. Amy is leading the race right now. Toadette the Kitty is in second place, and Yam Chubby Panda is holding on to third. Let's see if they can keep those positions, or if the chaos will shake things up. Mara F Society and Cheryl Gamarza are neck and neck for 6th place. Maya and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Crazy Sweetbutt and Iconic Odd are battling it out for 10th. Gaming Tophyte Cancer is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Marifaf Society has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 position. Meg's Boring Life and Cheryl Gamarza are neck and neck for 7th place. No clear leader yet. Yam Chubby Panda just overtook for 2nd place. The battle for 1st between Yam Chubby Panda and Amy is heating up. Oaks Wolfie has gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 4 cars. Marif Society is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 14th. Toadette the kitty is gaining ground on Yamchubby Panda, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Captain Trippy is closing in on HP Lootcraft fast, just 11 seconds behind now. Maref Society is dropping like a stone, down 6 spots to 20. Dor Rogue is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Wild Cavanone is climbing up to 12th place. Cloudy is now in 13th place. HP Lootcraft has advanced to 14th place. Captain Trippy just nudged ahead of Dor Rogue for 15th place. They're really neck and neck now. Cloudy is climbing up to 12th place. Wild Cavanone and Cloudy are nose to tail for 12. Merchicken Live is also making a move to 16. Frogsworth is climbing up to 10th place. Wild Cavanone is now in 12th. HP Lootcraft is closing in on Cloudy, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Dor Rogue is driving a Jaguar D-Type from 1956. They're currently in the 17th place, which suggests a steady but not spectacular race so far. Dor Rogue is gaining on Spear Like Hail, closing the gap by 1 second. Wraith 92 and Dor Rogue are fighting hard for 17th place. Captain Trippy and Wrath 92 are also neck and neck for 18th. Auguslo Phase is gaining on Toadette the kitty, closing the gap by over a second. Wrath 92 has climbed 2 spots and is now in the 16th position. Spear Like Hail and Wrath 92 are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Merchicken Live advances to 14th place. Spear Like Hail climbs to 16. Dor Rogue moves into 17. The race is heating up. Dor Rogue is climbing up to 16th place, and Captain Trippy is now in 18th place. Both making small moves, but still a long way to go. Cloudy's driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, which is known for its agility and classic design. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite making the magic happen yet, but still in the race. Cloudy's driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Wild Cavanone is driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type, but out. They're currently in the 12th place, and their lap time suggests they're struggling a bit compared to others. Gumming to Fight Cancer is driving a Maserati 300 cis and is currently in 6th place. They're holding steady with a decent lap time, but they're not catching the leaders just yet. Wow, Amy, winning again. Are you secretly a racing legend in disguise? Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Amy really pulled it off and won the race. Congratulations to you, Amy. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And great job to everyone else. Amy, you now get to claim the stunning 1952 Jaguar C-Type for your collection. Maya, you earned the most overtakes, so you can take home the sleek 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. Nice work, both of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before time runs out, or you'll be stuck with whatever car the AI decides for you. Hurry up, or you'll miss out on the fun. Actually, the 2002 Audi R8 didn't exist back then. The first Audi R8 was introduced much later, around 2006. But if we're talking about the original rate concept from Audi, it's interesting because it was one of the first supercars to feature a mid-engine V8 with all-wheel drive, making it a real game changer in the world of high-performance cars. It also set the stage for Audi's reputation in the supercar world, even though it didn't officially get the rate name until a few years later. Alright, we have Amy in a 2004 Ford Doran JE4 and Shalesy in a 2000 Ferrari F3333SP. This is quite the matchup. The Ferrari is definitely the more glamorous choice, with a sleek design and probably a bit more speed on paper. But the Ford Doran JE4, being a bit newer, might have some modern advantages in handling or technology. Ennapergusa is a tricky track with its mix of high-speed sections and tight corners. The Ferrari's aerodynamics and acceleration could give it an edge in the straightaways, but the Ford's reliability and potential handling might help it navigate the twists better. Honestly, I'd say the Ferrari looks more likely to take this one. But hey, in AI racing, sometimes the underdog surprises us. We'll see if Amy can pull off an upset or if Shalesy's Ferrari cruises to victory. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ennapergusa with Wainter94 on pole. He's driving a classic 2004 Ford Doran JE4 in the LMP 900 class. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold the lead. Ren Kaori has taken the lead right from the start. Wainter94 is holding second place, closely followed by Mergutsu in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mergutsu and Wainter94 are nose to tail for second place. Dr. Keats Appleway just nudged into the top 10, climbing one spot. Mergutsu is now in second place, climbing up one spot. Damagishat Azo gains one position, moving into third. Maya and Francourti are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th place. Maya is now 7th place and closing in on the top 6. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for 7th position. Shattered Pixel is climbing to 10th place, making a little progress. Tmagishat is inching closer to Murgatsu, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is gaining on Miss Gordon, chopping the distance by 1.3 seconds. N-Body Notes is climbing up 1 spot to 11. N-Body Notes and Shattered Pixel are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. N-Body Notes just climbed to 10th place. Lirache is closing in, now in 12th after moving up 2 spots. Looks like Agreds 34 and Lirache are neck and neck for 12. Mirgutsu is closing in on Renkaori and has cut the gap by 1.6 seconds. Agreds 34 has moved up 1 spot to 12. Celestia Linari has also gained 1 spot, now in 13. Larache is on a roll, climbing 12 places to 2nd. Nargutsu is having a rough time, dropping 12 spots to 14. Shaozi and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Shaozi, cutting the gap by nearly 8 seconds. Mirgutsu is on a roll, overtaking 9 cars to land in 5th. Jmagi Cat is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Imus Gordon is now 6th. Frankworthy has moved into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Yagishat is leading the race in a 2011 Peugeot 908. They're holding a solid 2nd place and have the fastest lap time among the top contenders. So they seem to be pushing hard. Mirgutsu is driving a 1999 Toyota GT 1T S020. Their race seems to be pretty quiet so far, stuck in the middle without much action or overtaking happening around them. Wow, Ren Kaori really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Ren Kaori really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was an incredible race, and they definitely earned that victory. Looks like all the practice paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1968 Porsche 908 AH Coupe. It's a sleek racing legend designed for endurance and speed. The rest are fantastic vintage machines, but the Porsche seems like it would handle the tight turns and quick bursts on the Berlin E-Prix circuit better than most of these classic beasts. Plus, it's got that combination of raw power and agility that could make it a surprise winner in a modern race setting. Alright everyone, time is almost up, so if you want to see your favorite car race, now's the moment to make it happen. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those choices in before the countdown hits 0. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. Maya in the classic 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet versus Betsma in the vintage 1969 Porsche 9082 Spyder. I have to say, the Elva is a sleek, lightweight wonder, probably great for sneaking through tight corners. But the Porsche 9082 Spyder was a racing beast in its day, built for speed and stability, especially on tracks like Berlin. Given that the Porsche has a bit more racing pedigree and might be better suited for a high-speed track like Berlin, I'd lean towards Betsma taking the win. But hey, Maya's got some serious style and the charm of a classic, so anything can happen in this race. Let's see those cars go! Alright folks, the race kicks off at Berlin Prix, and leading the pack is Fuso in a vintage 1965 Lotus 40, which is quite the blast from the past. Let's see if all that classic charm can hold off the modern challengers. Fuso has taken an early lead, followed closely by Direct Official and Matthew Saurus Rex. Looks like it's going to be a tight battle at the front. Down to Quest is now in 3rd place. Amy and Matthew Saurus Rex are still nose to nose for 4th. Hinfatic has gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Hinfatic and Gary 17 are fighting for 10th place. Amy is climbing to 4th place. Betsma is now in 6th after moving up 2 spots. Hinfatic has gained 1 position and is now in 10th. Betsma is climbing to 5th place. Hinfatic is now in 8th after moving up 2 spots. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has advanced to 11th, 1 spot higher. Tyler is on a tier, now in 1st place after overtaking 12 cars. Dylan Wolf is not far behind, climbing 13 positions to 2nd. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is also making moves, jumping 11 spots to 3rd. The race is heating up. Bozo is on a tier, overtaking 6 cars to take the lead. Direct Official is climbing fast, passing 4 to sit in 4th. Down Toquist just nudged up 1 spot to 8th. Down to Quest is now in 3rd place, climbing fast. Amy is right behind in 4th, also making moves. Betsma has overtaken 6 cars and is now in 5th. Things are heating up. Maya is dropping back to the 17th place. Merchicken Light is climbing up to 8th. Gary 710 is also moving forward to 9th. Down Talquist is driving a 1970 McLaren M6 GT, a classic race car known for its sleek design and power. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a solid position but still chasing the leaders. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is now in 10th place. Tyler and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are still neck and neck for that spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed to 12th place. Tyler just nudged into the top 10. Looks like he's got his eyes on P9 now, battling it out with Gary 710. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Tyler are nose to tail for that spot just behind. Things are heating up in the midfield. Tyler just sneaks into 8th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios climbs 2 spots to 10th. Gary 17 and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are nose to nose for 11th. Joan Wolf is driving a 1977 Jaguar XJ12C. Broadspeed. Their race seems to be stuck in the back with no recorded lap times, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed to 9th place. Tyler and Route 3 Boy are still neck and neck for that spot. Joan Wolf is inching closer to the top 12. Henfatig is driving a 1969 AMC Javelin, a classic muscle car there. They're currently in the 15th place, so it looks like the race is not going their way so far. Matthewsaurus Rex is really closing in on Betsmar, cutting the gap by over a second. Ashtu Hove is climbing up to 13th place, making some moves. Henfatig is now in 14th place. Maya is closing in on Chizen Dashauer, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Maya is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet, starting in 7th place. Looks like the car's fast lap is missing, so maybe she's just cruising or having a bit of fun. The race is pretty tight up front, so she'll need to pick up the pace if she wants to climb higher. Wow, Fools are winning the race? Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the unexpected victory. Wow, Fuzo really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them. That was some seriously impressive driving. Looks like they're the ones to beat now. Great job to everyone else for putting up a good fight, but Fuzo definitely took the crown this time. Sure. Did you know that the 1970 Pontiac Firebird was part of the first generation of Firebirds and was known for its sleek, aggressive looks? It had a distinctive, bold front end with hidden headlights and a muscular body that made it stand out on the street. Plus, it was available with some pretty powerful V8 engines, making it a favorite among muscle car fans. Basically, it's like the car version of a cool cat with a little bit of a rebel streak. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. The clock is ticking, and soon the car selection will be locked in. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the time to hustle. Don't miss out on your chance to see the AI race in style. Well, both of these cars are classics made for some serious nostalgia. The MC Javelin has a sleek, aggressive look and was pretty innovative for its time, but it wasn't exactly known for blazing speed. On the other hand, the Plymouth Barracuda has that muscular, compacted design and a reputation for being a little more aggressive on the track. Given those factors, I'd say Joey Pastrami's Barracuda might have a slight edge because of its reputation for agility and power, especially on a track like Long Beach with those tight corners. But hey, Ixajax could surprise us if the AI has a knack for driving those vintage machines. In the end, I'd put my money on Joey Pastrami and his Barracuda, but this race could still turn into a fun vintage showdown. Alright folks, the vintage trends and cars are roaring to life at Long Beach, and leading the pack is the Ixajax in a classic 1970 MC Javelin. Let's see if that old school beast can hold on to that pole position. Ixajax has taken the lead right out of the gate. Joey Pastrami is holding strong in second place. Zotsfired is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Joey Pastrami and Ixajax are nose to tail at the front. Amy just squeezed into fifth place. Pat Swords and Kilo Julia Delta are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Patsorts is on fire, climbing 4 spots to third place. Reiko Haruji is not far behind, overtaking 5 cars to sit in fourth. And I am inching up 2 positions to second. Things are heating up. Tron is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hammett Media is also making moves, grabbing 13th after a similar surge. Joey Pastrami and Zotsfired are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place, trading positions. Hammett Media is on a roll, climbing from the back to first place by overtaking 12 cars. Darletsko is not far behind, also making a big move and overtaking 17 cars to claim second. Buchicero is also on the move, overtaking 12 cars to secure third. Looks like a race to watch. Ixajax is making a statement leading the race now. Maya is right behind, also climbing fast. Patsorts is not far behind, chasing the top 3. Ixijax is holding a solid lead, but Joey Pastrami is right behind in second. It's a close fight, so expect some serious moves soon. Maya is currently in second place with a 1968 Dodge Dart. Looks like she's holding her position well, but no sign of overtaking the leader yet. The race seems tight at the front. Reiko Haruji is climbing to third place. Pani 3 is advancing to 11th. Derletsko is making their way to 15. Pani 3 just overtook Rex and Zera for 10th place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Hemit Media is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Impala. They are currently in the 18th place and seem to be stuck behind some slower cars, with no notable moves so far. Joey Pastrami is gaining on Patsorts, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Buchitzero's moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Hermit Media and Buchizero are locked in a close fight for 17. Joey Pastrami is closing in on Patsorts, cutting the gap by 5.30 seconds. Shron is closing in on Dreletsko, reducing the gap by 5.9 seconds. Buchicero is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Hermit Media is on the move, climbing 3 places to 15. Joey Pastrami is closing in on Patsorts, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Buchicero is catching Shron, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Joey Pastrami is chipping away at Patsorts' lead, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Hot Bolognese is climbing 1 spot to 16. Bilil is also moving up 1 spot to 17. Buchizero is closing in on Shron and has cut the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hot Bolognese has moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. Abeta Blok has also gained 1 position, now sitting in 18. Amy is right behind Zotsfired now, just a car length away. Hot Bolognese is gaining on Buchizero, the gap shrinking fast. The fight for 6th place is heating up. Reiko Haruji is gaining on Maya pretty quickly now. Exo says just overtook someone to sit in 7th. Pani 3 is closing the gap on Amy faster than a speeding ticket. Reiko Haruji is right behind me now, closing the gap by 2.42 seconds. Pani 3 is gaining on Amy with a 1.7 second reduction. Shron is creeping closer to Draletsko, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Wow! Ixijax took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Xejax. They must have driven like they stole the car or something. Great job on the victory. Oh, fun fact about the Fuji Vintage GP track is that it's actually a throwback to racing circuits from the 1960s and 70s. It's like stepping into a time machine where the track layout pays homage to old school racing, which means it's got those wild sweeping curves and a few quirky chicanes that keep the AI on its toes. Plus, the scenery around it makes you feel like you're racing through a vintage postcard. So nostalgic and totally cool. Alright everyone, get your choices in quick before time runs out. We don't want to miss out on all the fun of watching these AI racers zoom around. Hurry up and pick your favorite. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. The 1996 Vauxhall Vectra and the 1991 Nissan Primera P10 both have charm and history on their side. The Vectra might have the edge with a slightly more modern design and tech for that era. But you know how it is with vintage cars. The Nissan Primera P10 has a reputation for being reliable and quite nimble, which could come in handy on Fuji's twisty vintage layout. If I had to pick, I'd say it's a close call, but I might lean towards the Nissan Primera. It often surprises with its agility, and might just squeak out a win if the AI driving it knows how to push through the corners. But hey, vintage cars are unpredictable, and sometimes the old girl that's been around the block can surprise us all. Let's find out who gets bragging rights at the finish line. Alright folks, Dank Nuggins is leading the pack on pole with a classic 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. This is going to be interesting to watch, especially with that vintage wagon taking center stage. Buckle up! Yeah? Davix has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dank Nuggins is holding strong in second place. And I'm sitting comfortably in third, trying not to get too comfortable. Dank Nuggins is holding a slim lead over Starbucks for the top spot. Smurfed when in Bacho Grande are still neck and neck for fourth place. Prodigy Place 58 is trying to catch up to Smurf 20 in the fight for fifth. Dank Nuggins just took the lead, claiming first place. Maya and Starbucks are nose to nose for second. Smurf 20 is inching closer to the top 5 now in fourth. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Bacho Grande and Smurf 20 are nose to nose for fourth place. Maldog CF and Big Boy Beds are battling hard for eighth. Bacho Grande and Smurf 20 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Okinabaka and Caravinin are locked in a close fight for 10th. Cap Holster and Thekahati Guaido are battling it out for 12th. Smurf 20 and Starbucks are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Prodigy Plays 58 just snuck into 5th, climbing 1 spot. Smurf 20 is making a move up to 3rd place. Starbucks and Smurf 20 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy is climbing to 6th place. Amy and Prodigy Plays 58 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Prodigy Plays 58 and Starbucks are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Bacho Grande is climbing up to take 6th. Now Bacho Grande and Prodigy Plays 58 are battling for 5th. Prodigy Plays 58 just overtook Bacho Grande for 4th place. They're really neck and neck now. Starbucks is climbing up to 4th place. Starbucks and Smurf 20 are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Bacho Grande and Starbucks are locked in a close fight for 4th. Prodigy Plays 58 and Amy are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Big Boy Bets just climbed into 8th and is trying to make a move on Amy. Bacho Grande is climbing up to 4th place now. Starbucks and Bacho Grande are still nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Calican Bunny is making a move to 15th. Prodigy Plays 58 is climbing to 5th place. Equinox Duo is closing the gap on Cap Holster, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Bacho Grande is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy is now in 6th. Maladox, FCF and Big Boy Bets are nose-to-nose for 8th. Smurf 20 is climbing to 3rd place. Amy and Prodigy Plays 58 are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maladox FCF is advancing to 8th. Amy is now in 5th place trying to hold off Prodigy Plays 58. Bacho Grande is just behind them, eyeing that 4th spot. The race for 5th is heating up between Amy and Prodigy Plays 58. Prodigy Plays 58 just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Prodigy Plays 58 and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th. Maldox FGF and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Okinabaka is slicing through the track, closing in on Maldox FCF by 6.4 seconds. Starbucks has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Big Boy Bets is also up 1 spot. Now, 8. Well-placed V is driving a 1994 Opel Astra F GSI and is currently in the 16th position. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow, Dank Nuggins took the win. Looks like they're really on a roll. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow. Dank Nuggins really pulled off an incredible race there. Congratulations. You must be feeling pretty good about that win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Group 3 racing cars is that they are often considered the heart and soul of classic sports car racing. These cars are heavily modified from their road-going versions, but they still carry that iconic vintage racing flair. It's like giving a fancy dress makeover to a classic car and then letting it roar on the track. They might not be the fastest today, but they sure know how to steal the show with their style and history. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before all the good ones are gone. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a matchup! On one hand, we have Spikeballs with that classic 1975 Fiat X19 Dallara, which might be nimble but probably struggles on the curves compared to newer cars. On the other, Mergutsu with a vintage 1959 Austin Healey 3000. Mark Warren, a beauty that's got style, but may lack a bit of that modern agility. Considering the track is Autodromo de Antioquia, known for its twists and turns, I'd give the edge to Spikeballs because that Fiat's lightweight design could help it corner better despite its age. But hey, if Mergutsu manages to leverage that classic's raw power and experience, he might surprise us all. So, my money's on Spikeballs. But don't count out Mergutsu for a vintage upset. Stay tuned to see how these old-school beauties handle the modern race. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Autodromo de Antioquia. Goldnerd is on pole, flying the flag with a classic 1973 Mazda R X3 GTA. Let's see how that vintage handles against the modern crowd. Goldnerd is leading the race, with Mergutsu right behind in second place. Spikeballs is currently in third, trying to keep up. Spikeballs and Mergutsu are nose to tail for third place. Beef Sliders just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 4th place. Spikeballs and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for that spot. I am inching closer to 6th place, battling it out with Base Nizartlo. Maya and Base Nizart 2 are in a close fight for 6th. Zumbush 86 just sneaked into third place. Besanizartlu is on the move, climbing to fourth. Annex Sagarax is closing in on Connor Malady, cutting the gap by a second. Spikles is now in fifth place, closing in on the top four. Rekoharu G has moved up to 11th. Still climbing, but not quite there yet. The Goldnerd is leading the race in a classic 1973 Mazda RX-3 GTA. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with no one close behind. Their fastest lap is still a mystery, but they seem to be cruising comfortably. Lazid Nazartwu is chipping away at Zombush 86's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Reiko Haruji is now in 10th, making a move up the field. Amy is in 2nd place driving a 1973 Mazda RX-3 GTA. Looks like she's holding her position well behind the Goldnerd. No overtakes yet, but she's staying close. Zumbush 86 is really eyeing Amy, now closing the gap by over a second. Grampierre just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Rekoharu G is also on the move up into 9th. The tight corners at Antioquia are really shaking up the order with overtakes happening everywhere. The faster cars are struggling to pull away, and the slower ones are holding on tight. Spikles is climbing up to 4th place. Connor Malady is gaining on Beef Sliders, closing the gap by over a second and a quarter. Amy is currently in 2nd place with her Mazda RX-3 GT. She started in 4th and is making a solid move forward. Looks like she's got some pace to challenge for the lead soon. Spikles is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless something unexpected happens. Maya is rapidly approaching Base Nizatwu, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hellskank is inching closer to Annex Sagarax, but still has some ground to make up. Reiko Haruji is driving a 1961 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint. They are currently in 9th place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Besanizartwu is gaining on Spikles, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hellskank is also on the move, reducing the distance to Anaxagarax by 1.7 seconds. Maya is gaining on Besanizartwu, and now just a few car lengths behind. Hellskank is hot on Anaxagarax's tail, closing the gap steadily. Besanizartwu is gaining on Spikles, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hellskank is right behind Anaxagarax now, looking for a way past. Beef Sliders is driving a 1967 Abarth 1000 Berliner Corsa Dodge. Looks like the race is a slow crawl. Currently in 12th place and struggling with lap times well over 2 minutes. Mikuto is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 3000 Mark Honda. He's currently in 8th place in the race, but his lap time is way off at over 99 seconds, so he's probably struggling to keep up. Hellskank's car is a 1966 MGM GBG E8. Looks like they're way off the pace, probably just riding around for fun. Or maybe lost in the back. Grandpa Yerf is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super in Group 1 Tonic. They're currently in 8th place but way behind the leaders in terms of lap times. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow. Big Goldnerd, you must be thrilled to win the race at Autodromo de Antioquia. Looks like your talent finally shined through. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, Big Goldnerd really pulled off the victory. Congratulations on that impressive win. You definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you did the most overtakes today. That's some serious driving skill. You get to claim the 1973 Mazda RX-3 GTI. Well done to both of you. Sure thing. The 1990 Lotus Carlton was actually one of the fastest sedans of its time, capable of reaching a top speed of around 177 miles per hour. That's pretty impressive for a car that looks pretty much like your average family sedan, don't you think? It was built for speed but also had that classic British charm. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking down, so make your choices quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picked for you. Don't miss your chance to see these cars race it out. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh! This is a classic underdog versus seasoned contender kind of race. Maracus in the old-school Nissan 240SX might have the agility with its lightweight and nimbleness. On the other hand, Patsors in that Audi RS2 Avant has some serious power and stability, especially with that turbocharged engine under the hood. If it comes down to raw speed and straight-line power, Patsors might have the edge. But if the track favors sharp turns and quick maneuvering, Maracus could pull off an upset. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards that Audi just because of its robust performance and all-wheel drive capabilities. But hey, anything can happen in a race. Alright folks, Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is on pole with a classic 1994 Subaru LCE X. Nice iconic choice for the 1990s street car class. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross has taken an early lead, with exclusive gods right behind in second. I am holding the third spot for now, but expect some fireworks soon. Amy is now in 4th place. Amin-san has climbed to 8th. Nate Zerob Starks is in 10th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Amin-san just sneaked into 7th place. Aerotech and Lisa Shibi are both inching closer, now in 10th and 11th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amin-san is climbing up to 6th. Amin-san and King Malcolm X are nose to tail for 5th. Looks like a close fight. Exclusive Gots is now in 1st place. Amy has moved up to 2nd. I'm in 3rd, climbing steadily. Maya is closing in on Amin-san and Amy for 3rd place. Ixnova Dixel is now in 6th after climbing 1 spot. Lisa Shibi has gained 2 positions and is now 7th. Amin-san just sneaked into 3rd place. Emerald Tip 398 is chipping away at Nzirab Stark's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 12th, making moves. Amin-san is closing in on Amy faster than a speeding bullet, cutting the gap by 1 second. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross just sneaked into 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Netzerup Starks is also on the move, grabbing 9th place and climbing 1 spot. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is leading the race in a 1994 Subaru Alcionis VX. Looks like they're holding onto the front spot, but with this field, anything can happen. Amy is now in the lead, leaving everyone in her dust. Amin-san is hot on her heels, climbing up 1 spot. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is closing in on Exclusive Ogs, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Apex Milk Bag is climbing up to 10th place. Hot Bolognese is making progress to reach 16. Elizatone, 1095, is closing in on Pazzors, cutting the gap by a second. Lisa Shibi is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Gabitha Minimac and Apex Milk Bag are not far behind, both making bold moves to 6th and 7th. The race is heating up. Hellskank is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 19. Nerikas is closing in on Amy, chopping 7 seconds off the gap. Nedzero Obstarks just moved up 1 place to 8. Patzorts has just overtaken someone to move into 12th place. Everlasting Apex and Patzorts are still nose to nose for that 12th spot. Hot Bolognese is also climbing up the field, now in 15th place. Hot Bolognese is right behind Everlasting Apex now, just a second apart. Hellskank is gaining on Natsalti Serena, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is catching up to Hellskank, inching closer with every turn. Bethraleen moves up 1 spot to 9. Captain Canadian and Bethraleen are battling for 9th place. Amy is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Elizatona 95 is driving a 1990 Subaru Legacy R. Their race looks pretty rough with them stuck in 16th place and no recorded fastest lap. Maya is rapidly catching Mericus, the gap shrinking by over 12 seconds. Ixnobadixel is gaining on Iron Crosor Wooden Cross, closing in by a little over a second. 90 Upstarks and Apex Milk Bag are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Bethrelena is really hounding the Zero Upstarks now, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex just moved up 1 spot to 13. Tata 61 is closing in on Hot Bolognese, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is gaining on Bethraleen and is now just a few seconds behind. Hot Bolognese has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 13th position. Titi 61 is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by over a second. Netzer Starks and Apex Milk Bag are neck and neck for 7th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross, and Exclusive Gox are still locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Nidserobstarks has just gained 1 position and is now 7th. Hot Bolognese is also climbing, moving up to 13. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross is now in 2nd place. Emerald Tick 398 has also moved up 1 spot to 9. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess the competition was just running for 2nd place. Wow, congratulations to Amundsen for winning the race. That was a close one. And hey, Amundsen also snagged the fastest lap. So they get to claim the 1994 Acura NSX. Nice reward for some serious driving skills. As for the other drivers, keep racing. Your turn might be coming up soon. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance because Road Atlanta GP has a lot of tight turns and technical sections. Having a car that can stick to the road and navigate those curves smoothly will make a huge difference. Braking ability is also pretty important since the track has some sharp chicanes where quick stops are needed. Top speed isn't everything here, because the track is more about finesse than pure raw power. So, overall, a well-balanced car with excellent agility and braking will give the best results. Hey everyone, time's running out for selecting your cars. Make sure you choose fast enough before the race kicks off. Don't want to be stuck with a clunker. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Dauer 962 LM is a legendary car, known for its incredible engineering and racing pedigree back in the day. It's basically a supercar from the 90s that can still hold its own against modern designs. On the other hand, the Vector W8 is a beast of a different kind, with a very unique and aggressive look, and it's notorious for its raw power and distinctive style. Considering the track at Road Atlanta GP, which favors handling and precision, I'd lean towards the Dauer 962 LM. It was built for racing, and has a proven track record in endurance races. But don't count out the Vector W8 just yet. Its power could turn the race into a wild ride if it manages a good start. My gut says the Dauer might have a slight edge, but this race definitely has the potential to surprise us. Either way, it's going to be an interesting showdown for sure. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Road Atlanta GP and Two Peas into Podcast is starting on pole in a 1993 Vector W8. That car's got some serious 90s supercar vibes. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the pack catches up. The race kicks off with Two Peas into Podcast leading the pack, followed closely by Cerealia in second and Story Forge in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Cerealia just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Penny 3 and Story Forge are nose-to-nose for third. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 6th place. Story Forge is climbing up one spot to take 2nd place. Two Peas into Podcast and Story Forge are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd. Aya Rafael is advancing one spot to 9th. Yama Priest has climbed to 7th place. Ai Rafael is now in 8th. Zero Time Live is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 10th. Story Forge is closing in on Cyrelia, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. They are in a tight fight for first place. Yama Priest is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing up to 2nd place. Rana Rampage is closing in on Pani 3 and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rana Rampage and Pani 3 are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Rana Rampage and Pani 3 are neck and neck for 4th place. Ai Rafael and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gamintoa Fight Cancer is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Ai Rafael is climbing to 6th place. Yama Priest and Ai Rafael are battling hard for 6th. Gaminto Fight Cancer is advancing to 11th. Zero Team Live and Strutting Jarl are nose to nose for 8th place. Down to Quest and Walk CB are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Unstabil is climbing up to 20th, just 1 spot ahead. Zero Team Live is climbing up to 8th place. Down to Quest and Walk CB are nose to nose for 14th. Axton Hits is making a move to 21st. Pani 3 and Story Forge are nose to nose for 3rd place. Iafael just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Yama Priest and Rana Rampage are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Pani 3 is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top 3. Story Forge and Pani 3 are nose to nose for 3rd position. Iafael is chipping away at Story Forge's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Iafael is climbing to 4th place. Story Forge and Iafael are battling hard for that spot. Gaming to Fight Cancer is inching closer to the top 10, moving up 1 spot to 8th. Sasatura is gaining on Zero Time Live and is now just over a second behind. Yesterone 133,796 and Strutting Jal are locked in a fierce fight for the 11th spot. HP Lootcraft is closing the distance on Jesterone 133,796, cutting the gap by a 2.5 seconds. Iafael is climbing fast into 2nd place. Yama Priest is inching closer to the top 6. Gaming to Fight Cancer is making a move into the top 7. Pani 3 is climbing up to 3rd place. Sasatura is chipping away at Zero Tamila's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Unstabil has moved up to 15 and is eyeing the top 10. The fight for 14th place between Unstabil and Down to Quest is heating up. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing to 3rd place. Gaming to Fight Cancer is now in 6th. Unstabil is making a move to 14th. Unstabil is really closing in on Strutting Jarl, cutting the gap by a full second. Timborghini Tuba is climbing up to 18th place. Wow CB and Timborghini Tube are nose to nose for 18. Wow, Cirilia really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Wow, Cirilia really put on a show today. Congrats on taking the victory, you definitely deserved it. Now I guess we all know who the boss of the racetrack is today. Sure! The 1971 BRM P160 was actually a pretty ambitious project for its time, but it never quite hit the racing high notes it aimed for. Fun fact is that it was designed with a turbocharged V8 engine, which was pretty ahead of its time back in the early 70s. However, due to reliability issues and a series of technical setbacks, it didn't really compete at the top level. So basically, it was like the cool kid on paper who just couldn't quite make it onto the leaderboard. Hey everyone! The countdown's ticking down fast, so if you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time. Don't miss your shot to see your favorite car get into the race. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Alright, so we're looking at two classic beasts from 1971. Amy's got the March 711 Ford, which was known for its agility and balanced handling back in the day. On the other side, Balsamic Vintu 83 is in the Brabham BT34, famous for its innovative design and potential for surprising performance. Given that Circuit Hawaii is a mix of high-speed straights and tricky corners, I'd say the March might have a slight edge with its lighter, more nimble design. But don't count out the Brabham. If the AI manages to optimize the chassis and grip, we could see an upset. My prediction? Amy's March takes it by a nose, but it's going to be a close one. Let's see if the AI surprises us. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Circuit Hawaii with the F1 1971 cars. Mr. Roche is starting on pole in a Tyrrell 002 from 1971. Let's see if he can hold on to that top spot, or if the others will surprise us. Mr. Roche has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Joan Wolf is right behind in second, and Dude Smokey a Blunt is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is already close together. Joan Wolf just overtook for the lead. Mr. Roche is hanging close behind, ready to pounce. Amy and Dude Smoke E Blunt are nose to nose for third place. Looks like a photo finish. A Beta Bloke is driving a 1971 Tyrrell 002. They're currently in 9th place, so they're holding steady, but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a quiet race for now. VD9 is climbing up to 5th place. Balsamic Vindu 183 and VD39 are nose to nose for 5th. Neotexum is advancing to 8th. Dishonored Fox and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Lucky Boy just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Balsamic Vinto 83 is climbing to 5th place. A Better Bloke is now in 8th. Lucky Board has moved up to 12. V-Day 39 and Balsamic Vinto 83 are nose to tail for 5th place. Neotexum and A Better Bloke are locked in a close fight for 8th. Mobius is driving a 1971B RMP 160. They're holding the 10th spot, so their race seems steady but not spectacular so far. Day 39 and Balsamic Vin 2 183 are nose to tail for 5th place. Mobius is inching up to 9th, grabbing that spot. A Better Bloke and Mobius are locked in a close fight for 9th. A Better Bloke is driving a Tyrrell 002, starting in 9th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Dishonored Fox is racing a March 711 Alfa Romeo. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with pace, sitting in 14th place. A Better Bloke is climbing up to 8th place. Neotexum is right behind, still fighting for that 8th spot. This battle is getting interesting. Mr. Roche is driving a Tyrrell 002, starting from the pole position. He's currently in 2nd place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's holding his own pretty well. A Better Bloke is driving a Tyrrell 002, starting in 9th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:33.203, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady climb or a cautious race so far. Congratulations, DJ Mo. Looks like your speed just left everyone in the dust. Well-deserved victory. Wow, DJ Wolf took the checkered flag. Great job! You just proved that sometimes the bots have all the luck. As for Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim the classic 1971 March 711. Nice choice. A real vintage beauty. Here's a fun fact about the 1987 Ferrari F40. It was actually the last Ferrari personally approved by Enzo Ferrari himself, before he passed away. It was built to celebrate Ferrari's 40th anniversary, and is often considered one of the greatest supercars of all time. Imagine driving a piece of history that even Enzo himself said yes to. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make that decision or forever hold your peace and watch these AI racers clash without your input. Hurry up, or you might miss out on the fun. Alright, so both drivers are kind of mystery racers and a classic Ferrari at Castle Combe. Since we don't know much about them, it's really a coin flip, but let's think this through. The 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO is a pretty iconic car, and its performance depends a lot on driver skill. Without knowing anything about their experience or style, I'd say the race could go any way. Still, I'd probably lean slightly towards Uncle Tobin or Arafael, just because I like the idea of a surprise winner. It's all about who gets a better start and keeps their cool around those corners. So, who are you guys betting on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Castle Combe with the legendary Cuofo on pole, driving a classic 1985 Lamborghini Countach. Lamborghini Countach. Hold onto your seats, because this is going to be a blast from the past with some seriously iconic supercars. Ariu Serial takes the lead right out of the gate. Cuofo is holding strong in second place, and Miramidar is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Maya is holding steady in the top 5, watching the chaos unfold behind. Quiz 44 is climbing, inching closer to the podium. Kyroscope is making a move, trying to crack into the top 7. Amy just snuck past a couple more cars, now in the middle of the pack. Maya is now in 7th place, inching closer to the top. Aminzan just climbed to 8th, making a nice little move. Turfananity 3 is now in 10th, still creeping forward. Bubote is closing in on Uncle Tobin, cutting the gap by over a second. So expect some action soon. Lagrantenchanter and T-Bomb are nose to tail for 5th place. Aminsan just gained a spot and is now 7. Henfatic and Aminsan are locked in a close fight for 7. Aminsan just gained a spot to take 6th place. Kyroscope is also climbing up 1 spot to 8. Amy and Uboti are locked in a close fight for 13. The Grand Enchanter is dropping back to 18th place. Kyroscope has moved up to 7th place. Trifinity 3 has gained 2 spots to take 8. They are now locked in a close fight for 7. Uncle Tobin is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO and is currently in the 10th place. Looks like he's making steady progress but still has some cars ahead to overtake. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 8th place. Bubote and Cthulhu Kachu are still locked in a fierce duel for 10th and 11th. And look at Maya inching up to 15th, maybe aiming for a top 15 finish. Bubote is climbing 2 spots to take 10th place. Henfatic and Bubote are nose to nose for that 10th position. Edsos 21 is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 15. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 3rd place. T-Biom is narrowing the gap to Memoidar by over a second. Aminsan and T-Biom are locked in a close fight for 5th. Edsos 21 is climbing up to 12th place. Rafael is now in 14th place, both making steady progress. Guafo just overtook for the lead. Ariu Serial and Cuefo are nose to nose for 1st place. Maya and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a close fight for 15th. Ariu Serial is now in 1st place. Rafael has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th position. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by 130 seconds. Kyroscope is climbing up to 6th place. Aminsan and Kyroscope are nose to tail for 6th. Rafael is chipping away at Edsos 21's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Aminsan just sneaked into 6th place. Trifinity 3 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Rafael is climbing up to 12th place. Wow, Ariu Serial must have been seriously fast. Congrats on the win, you're clearly the champion of the day. Congratulations Ariu Serial on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now Amy, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim a classic beauty, the 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO. Well deserved. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility, Because Brands Hatch GP has lots of tight corners and quick changes in direction. You want a car that can stick to the road and respond quickly to the driver's inputs. Top speed is still important, but the real winner here is the car that can navigate the twists and turns without losing time. So, a well-balanced setup with good grip and precise steering would be the most valuable. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven car will dominate the track. Get those selections in. Alright, so we've got Nonstop in a Ferrari and Amy in a Force India. Both are quite speedy in their own right, but given the track and cars, I'm leaning towards Nonstop. Ferraris tend to have that extra edge on speed and handling, especially on a circuit like Brands Hatch GP, with its mix of corners and straights. Amy's Force India is a solid car too, but I think the Ferrari's overall performance could give Nonstop the boost she needs to take the win here. Let's see if Amy can surprise us though. Alright, then the race kicks off at Brands Hatch GP with Amundsen on pole in a sleek 2017 Mercedes-AMG F1WA EQ. Let's see if that pole position holds, or if the AI decides to spice things up. Amundsen has taken an early lead. Dongredson 3 is right behind in second, and Bocha 0 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Chelsea is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Your Instinct is also making moves, now in 8th after a similar surge. Buchitero is having a rough time, dropping back to 17th after losing 14 positions. Alex Has No Brain and Tangaducky DTV are neck and neck for 6th place. Trifonanity 3 and Zufik are locked in a close fight for 14th. Dongredson 3 just overtook for the lead. Amundsen is right behind, not giving up that easily. Your Instinct is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Looks like a close fight at the top. Lithocarp is making a strong move, now in 1st place. Zachary TV is climbing fast, now in 9th. Amundsen is having a tough time, dropping down to 16th. Alex Has No Brain is on a tear, now in 2nd place after overtaking 5 cars. Zufik is climbing fast, now in 6th after passing 7 cars. Dragonini 3 is making moves, now in 11th after overtaking 3 cars. Ren Kaori is really having a tough time, dropping 7 places to 12. Sufik is climbing up 1 spot to 5th. Nonstop is also moving up 1 to 6th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Lisa Shibi is making a move and now in 10th place. Unknown Tactis and Amundsen are right behind, both climbing up 3 spots. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Sufik is really having a rough time, dropping to 12. Nonstop is climbing steadily to 6th. I'm inching up to 8th, feeling like a hero in this chaos. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Lisa Shibi has also gained 1 spot, now in 8th. Unknown Tactics is right behind them, moving into 9th. The race is heating up. Alex Hasnobrain is driving a Force India VJ M10 and currently sitting in 2nd place. Looks like they're trying to make the best of their starting position, but their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Tangadaki TTV and Shalesy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th and Lisa Shibi is making her way to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to 3rd place. Dongertsong 3 is making a move up to 10th. Tifanonity 3 is closing the gap on Amy by almost 2 seconds. Your Instinct is climbing up to 10th place. Zachary TV is now in 12th place. Tangadaki TTV is driving a Haas B F17 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit behind the leaders, so they're staying competitive. Trifaninity 3 is closing in on Ren Kaori fast, just 5.5 seconds behind now. Alex Hasnobrain has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Tangadaki TTV also moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Those two are nose to nose for 2nd place. Tangadaki TTV is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Amundsen has climbed to 7th and Unknown Tactis is in 8th, making moves but still chasing the leaders. Congratulations to Lithocarp on winning the race. Looks like you really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow, Lithocarp really showed everyone how it's done. Great job winning the race. You must be feeling pretty awesome right now. Can't wait to see if you can do it again. A fun fact about the 2005 Radical SR3 is that it was designed with a focus on lightweight agility and high-performance racing. Despite being from 2005, it's often regarded as a car that punches well above its weight class, thanks to its minimalistic yet effective design. It's like the ultimate short-distance sprinting champion that can also hang in a longer race if needed. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before the race begins. Or you might just end up with the car you didn't want. Hurry up and choose your champion. Well, looking at these two, it's quite the matchup. Amy's in a Radical SR3, which is known for its agility and quick response. Perfect for tight racing. On the other hand, Cap Holster is in a Global GT Lite, which probably has more power but maybe less nimbleness. Given the track at Nemunositas, I'd say the Radical's smaller, more aerodynamic build might give Amy an edge in tight corners and sharp turns. But if Cap Holster can utilize the extra power on the straights, it could be a different story. My gut says Amy and the Radical might just squeak out a win here, but it's really going to come down to who handles the track better. It's a toss-up. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Nemunositas, and leading the pack is the Ultralights class with D-Fizzers on pole in a 2019 Radical SER3. Let's see if they can hold that position or if someone will surprise us early on. Tylara has shot off the line to take the lead. D6 is holding strong in second place, and Amy is hanging on in third, probably already planning her comeback. Lazy Towner is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 10. Cap Holster is dropping back, now in 22nd place. Yizilgaming is also falling, now in 23rd. Looks like some chaos at the back. Mobius is climbing up to 7th place. Looks like they've got some momentum. Crystal 33 is now in 14th, inching closer to the middle of the pack. Pace CIR is up to 17th, not far behind Crystal 33. Pace CIR and Cobracle are nose to nose for 16th, so expect some fireworks there. Kekrish and Gimaxiite are nose to tail for 8th place. Exos 21 just gained a spot to 12th. Pace CIR also moved up 1 to 16th. Mobius just overtook LXXHE8 and now they're nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a fun little duel there. XEX8 just climbed one spot to 6th place. Normality and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 20. Normality just overtook Wrestling 567 for 21st place. They're still close, but Normality is pushing ahead. Wrestling 567 just climbed one spot to 20. Normality and Wrestling 567 are neck and neck for that same position. Amy is holding steady in 4th, not far behind Cap Holster, who's in 5th. Looks like Amy might have a slight edge if she keeps it clean. Cap Holster's got some ground to make up if he wants to catch her. Amy just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail fighting for that 3rd spot. Ultralights seem to dominate with consistent lap times and top positions, probably thanks to their agility on this track. WTC cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands or their setup. Ice is showing some serious pace with the fastest lap. He's got a shot at climbing up if he keeps this momentum. Billy is driving the 2008 Toyota Corolla in the WTC Class Dittai. They're currently in 15th place and have a pretty slow lap time compared to the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hey Krish is driving the 2005 Radical SR3i. They are currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 16 seconds and 24 milliseconds. Their race looks steady, but not quite on the podium pace. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up one spot. Amy has also moved up one spot into 2nd. Edsolemnion is making progress now in 11th place after climbing one spot. Wow, Tyler really outpaced everyone, huh? Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Tyler really pulled off the win. Congrats on that victory, you earned it. And a huge shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. That means you get to claim the 2005 Radical SR. 3 ultralights? Nice work, Amy. Looks like some serious car claims happening today. Alright everyone, you better hustle if you want your favorite car to join the race. Time's almost up, so make your pick before they all zoom off without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey there, 10 coming in 7-4. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you're still here for the car racing action. Buckle up, it's about to get intense. This is quite the classic showdown. The Porsche 944 Turbo from 1988 is known for its balanced handling and turbocharged power, making it a strong contender on a technical track like Riccardo Tormo. The Holden Commodore from 1982, on the other hand, is a bit of a brute with its muscle car roots, but might struggle a little with finesse around tight corners. Given the specs and the track layout, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge in agility and speed through the corners. The Commodore could potentially catch up on the straights if it has enough raw power, and if the AI plays it right. Overall, I'd put my chips on the Porsche to take the win. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, and surprises are the name of the game. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Riccardo Tormo. Watching Prodigy Place 58 lead the pack in that classic 1992 Audi Veget Quattro, sitting pretty on pole. This should be interesting. Prodigy Place 58 has shot to the front, holding the lead. Zachary TV is right behind in second place. Hermit Media is currently in third, trying to keep up. Zachary TV just snatched the lead from Prodigy Place 58. They're now neck and neck for the top spot. Amy is climbing up to 5th place, looking to make a move. Tugin's Flora is climbing to 5th place. Gravy Graves is now in 7th. Patsorts has moved up to 9th. Prodigy Place 58 and Zachary TV are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Gravy Graves is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Meanwhile, Tolkien's Flora and Gravy Graves are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Prodigy Place 58 just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Gravy Graves and Lee Rizzo are still neck and neck for 4th. Iker 77 is climbing up to 15. Laricel just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Deluxe Combo and Celestia Linari are both climbing up 1 spot each. Celestia Linari and Maya are nose-to-nose for 13th. Hemit Media and Learcell are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Tenkamen 704 is climbing up to 7th after a smooth move. Amy and Tenkamen 74 are now locked in a close fight for 7th. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 4th place. Whip 3 out 25 is also moving up to 10th. Tales of Strilly and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for the 10th spot. Tenkamen in 704 is climbing up to 6th place. Deluxe Combo is now in 11. Looks like some steady progress. Le Roselle is holding on to 2nd place, but Zachary TV is right on his tail, ready to pounce. Tenkamen in 704 and Hermit Media are nose-to-nose for 5th place. No room for mistakes. Patsorts and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th, neither giving an inch. Gravy Graves is climbing fast to second place. The fight for first between Gravy Graves and Prodigy Place 58 is heating up. Tenkaminin 704 is gaining ground, moving up to 5th. Zakarai TV is climbing to second place. Tenkaminin 704 is also moving up, now in 4th. Lirusel and Tenkaminin 704 are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Zakarai TV and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose at the front. Tenkaminin 704 just gained a spot and is now in 3rd. Gravy Graves and Tenkaminin 704 are fighting hard for the 3rd spot. Tenkaminin 704 is climbing up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Le Roussel and Gravy Graves are locked in a close fight for 4th. Ikar 77 is also moving up 1 spot to 12th. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 3rd place. Zakarai TV and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for that spot. Celestia Linari is making a move to 14th. Whip3 Out 25 is trying to hold off Amy for 9th place. Celestia Linari just nudged into 13th. Zadamoji James is on the move, climbing into 15th. Whip3 Out 25 is climbing up to 8th place. Deluxe Combo is gaining ground and now sits just behind in 9th. Tukins Flora and Deluxe Combo are nose to nose for 9th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Wow, Prodigy Place 58 really outpaced everyone else. Guess they're the new king of the track? Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Prodigy Place 58 on winning the race. That's an impressive feat. Well done, you've earned the bragging rights today. And a big shout out to Tenkamin 704. Not only did they set the fastest lap, but also made the most overtakes. That's some serious car control. Tenkamin 704. You can now claim the 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500 from Group A. Nice work. Here's a fun fact about the 2003 Dodge Viper's RT10. It was one of the few cars at the time to showcase an 8.30-liter V10 engine that produced a whopping 510 horsepower. That means it was basically a raw beast on wheels, making it perfect for slicing through the track with its primal roar. And honestly, driving one of these is like holding a tiger by the tail. Exciting, but probably best not to try and tame it. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost over, so don't miss your chance to influence this AI racing chaos. Get those picks in before it's too late, or you'll be left cheering for whatever the AI decides to throw in the front. Oh, this is a tough one. Both cars are quite the beauties, but the Porsche Carrera GT is known for its incredible speed and agility, especially on a track like Nashville Superspeedway. The Maserati MC12, while stunning and elegant, might struggle a bit with the tight turns and high speeds here. I'd probably put my money on a Rafael and that Porsche Carrera G to take the lead, and maybe even win this race. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so let's see if the Maserati can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Nashville Superspeedway infield. Roger Bear 302 is starting on pole, zooming in with a 24 Porsche Carrera GT. Let's see if that speed holds up. Taylor's Australia is leading the pack, Brandigan is right behind in second, and Ren Kaori is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Road 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Anarchy 6 is making a strong move, now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Anarchy 6 and Tails of Strilly are nose to nose for the top spot. Race is heating up at the front. Girl of Diamond is on fire, climbing from behind to take the lead. Roger Bear 302 is not far behind, making a strong push for second. Rob Swizzle is also on the move, chasing the top 3 with some aggressive overtakes. Let's Go advances to 10th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios climbs to 13. Hot Surfer 69 moves up to 17. Taylor's Australia is climbing to 18th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is now 20th. Ren Kaori has moved up to 26th. Girl of Diamond is gaining on Zasatur now, closing the distance by 11 seconds. Roger Bear 302 is hot on Girl of Diamond's tail, closing in by almost 6 seconds. Shattered Pixel is making a move on Rob Swizzle, closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Maya is now just a second behind Edzos 21. Edzos better watch out. Timburghini 2-bit is right under Let's Go's tail, closing in fast. Crazy Sweet Butt is gaining ground on Navaling. Looks like a battle is brewing. Edzos 21 is closing in on Shattered Pixel, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Rafael has moved up 1 spot to take the 16th position. Taylor's of Strilly has also moved up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Naturally Lucky is climbing to 7th place. Rafael is now in 15th. A Beta Bloke has edged into 18th, Looks like some steady progress. Amy just overtook someone to take third place. Amy and Roger 302 are nose to tail for second. Official Classy Live is climbing up to 8. Robsvizzle is climbing to third place. Maya is making her way to 8. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios is pushing into 10th. Crazy Sweetbutt just overtook someone to move up to 20. Looks like that battle for 20 is heating up. Abeta Bloke and Crazy Sweetbutt are neck and neck. Brandigan and Tenka Main 704 are also locked in a close fight for 23. Robsvizzle is right behind Roger 302 now. Naturally Unlucky and Edsos 21 are battling for 6th place. Official Classy Live is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Naturally Unlucky just sneaked into 6th place. Maya is gaining on Edsos 21, closing the gap by over a second. Airafai is climbing up to 14. Cloud Surfer 69 and Airafai are locked in a tight scrap for 14th place. Scorched Log is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Crazy Sweetbutt is closing the gap on Naveling by a second and a half. Cloud Surfer 69 climbs to 14th place. Zaprandigan advances to 23rd place. Abeta Bloke and Zaprandigan are neck and neck for 23rd place. Roger Bear 302 is closing in on Girl of Diamond, cutting the gap by 1.1 second. Official Classy Live is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Maya and Official Classy Live are neck and neck for 8. Roger Bear 302 is closing in on Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dreletsko has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Tales of Strili has also moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Wow! Girl of Diamond just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch at Nashville Super Speedway. Congratulations on the win! Wow, what a fantastic victory for Girl of Diamond. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that top spot. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see if you can defend your title next time. Sure thing. Did you know the Charlotte Legends Oval track is famous for its high-speed action and tight turns? But it's also built on a former airfield? That's right, this track has origins in aviation, giving it that extra edge in the racing world. So next time you watch those cars dart around, remember there's a bit of history taking off beneath their wheels. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic shopping. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Amy in a Maserati MC12 GT1, which is basically a super fancy racing machine from the early 2000s. And Dr. Monkey 13 in 1988 Mitsubishi Stereo. The Maserati is going to be the one to watch here. Even though it's an older model in car years, it's still a beast designed for speed and agility on the track. The Stereo, while cool and nostalgic, is more of a boxy classic, and probably won't hold up as well in a high-stakes race like this. So, I'd put my chips on Amy and her Maserati to take this one. But hey, sometimes the underdog surprises us, like when the Stereo gets a lucky break and pulls a miracle. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Charlotte Legends Oval, and in the top spot is the all-random Plubus 3, driving a classic 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300 AL. Guess he's got style and luck on his side right now. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt has shot off into the lead. Amy is holding second place, not letting anyone pass easily. Baby 3 is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Fishinks is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 11th place. Senyahima is inching closer to the podium, now in third. Dr. Monkey 13 is also making progress, up 1 spot to 5th. Oakswolfei is making a strong push into the top 10. Figurata Sport is not far behind, climbing even more positions. Teng coming in 704 is gaining ground in the top 5. Oakswolfei is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Senyahima is making a move, now in second. Ten coming in 704 is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Betherlin is slicing through the field to take 11th place. 10 coming in 704 is climbing to 3rd. Matrixco is sneaking into 4th. Figure Sport is closing in on Okswolfi, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. The Israelian has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Gishinch is climbing 2 spots to sit in 11th. Sinyahima is really closing in on Dudesmo Kiablunt, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Matrixco is gaining on Tenkamen in 704, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Okswolfi is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Sinyahima is gaining on Dudesmo Kiablunt, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Okswolfi is catching up to Amy with a 2.3 second reduction. Okswolfi and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Tenkamen in 704 is closing in on Sinyahima, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Okswolfi is climbing up to 5th place. Figure Sport is moving up to 7th. Tenkamen in 704 is climbing up to 2nd place. Matrixco is closing the gap on Sinyahima by 1.2 seconds. Figure Sport is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 5th. Tenkamen 704 takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Sinyahima is closing in on Dudesmo, shrinking the gap by 130 seconds. Sinyahima and Dudesmo Igont are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Sinyahima just bumped up to 2nd place. Figure Sport is closing in on Matrixco, chipping away at the gap by 2.7 seconds. Figure Sport is gaining on Matrixco, closing the distance to just a few car lengths. Amy is inching closer to Dr. Monkey 13, but still a bit of a gap to close. Wow, Tenkamen 704, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Tenkamen in 704 did an incredible job winning the race. Congrats to them on their victory. And not only that, but they also snagged the fastest lap, so they get to claim that gorgeous 2004 Maserati MC 12G T1. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bit race. She also gets to take home the same sleek Maserati MC12. Looks like this race was full of winners today. Great effort from everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 1966 Shelby GT350. It was designed to be a high-performance muscle car that could dominate the track. Shelby tweaked the engine and suspension to make it a real track star. And it earned a reputation for being a lightweight, nimble, and incredibly fast car. Plus, it's considered one of the coolest American muscle cars of its era. So cool that even today, car enthusiasts dream about driving one. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before the race starts. Don't miss your chance to influence which pretty machine gets to show off its speed. Hurry up and make your choice. Alright, we've got a classic showdown here. On one side, Forty Afro is zooming in a 1971 AMC Javelin, a car that's got some muscle but maybe a bit of a vintage charm. On the other side, I'm in a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am, which is known for its iconic looks and a little more sporty edge. Considering Ebisu West's mix of tight corners and open stretches, I'd say the Trans Am might have a slight advantage with its sporty design and potentially better handling. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. The Javelin could surprise us with raw power. My money's on the Trans Am, but don't be surprised if the Javelin pulls off a sneaky victory. Who do you think is going to take the crown? Alright everyone, kickstarting this vintage supercar showdown at Ebisu West, with Abigail Killams on pole in the 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona. Buckle up! It's gonna be a wild ride with some serious muscle on the track. Exoaces has shot off the line into the lead. Abigail Killams is holding strong in second place. And right behind her, Amy is hanging in there in third. Looks like a tight battle already. That's Altizarena is now in third place. Quiz 44 has also moved up one spot and is now in fourth. Amy and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for fourth place. Amy just snuck into fourth place. Famaka is climbing to eighth. Looks like the race is heating up. Abigail Killams is leading the race in a 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Calicon Bunny is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but the race is tightening up behind them. Then coming in 704 is driving a 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. They are currently in 7th place, just ahead of the rest of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Abigail Killams is leading the race in a 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona. Looks like they're holding the front spot pretty comfortably so far. The track's tight corners are favoring the vintage street cars with strong handling, keeping the top positions close. The tight corners and short straights are favoring the vintage street cars with good handling, but the long straight might shake things up for the faster cars. Connor Malady is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, but their fastest lap is a bit behind the leaders. Race seems pretty stable for now. Famaka is closing in on Tankamane in 704, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is climbing one spot to 12th place. Josh Biosh is driving a 1966 Shelby GT50. Looks like he's slightly behind the leaders and struggling to keep up with the pace. XOSS is leading in a vintage street car, a 1965 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada Top. They're holding a solid pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Calican Bunny is racing a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, which is known for its classic design and racing pedigree. They are currently in 10th place, but their fastest lap is a solid one, 16.775, showing some potential to move up. Tazzotti Zarena is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady with a pretty quick lap time of 1 minute 15 seconds. Primana is driving a 1977 Aston Martin F8 Vantage. She's currently in 11th place, holding steady with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the leaders. The vintage supercars are showing a mix of speed and reliability, with the track favoring quick laps especially for the early starters. The tight corners at Ibisu West seem to be favoring experienced drivers and well-tuned cars. Quiz 44 is gaining on Tazzotti Zarena, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Pamaka is inching closer to Tank Aman in 7 hour, closing the distance by over a second. Quiz 44 is driving a 1969 Ferrari 365G TB for Daytona. They are currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap of the race at 1:11.946. So they're pushing hard, but still behind the leaders. Well, look at that, XOSS taking the victory. Guess they just couldn't be beaten today. Congratulations on the win! Wow, XOSS took the win. Congratulations. You definitely drove that car like you owned the track. Well-deserved victory there. And hey Maya, looks like you're the lucky one to claim that 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Perfect choice for cruising down the street with style. Enjoy it! Alright everyone, it's a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Sit tight, grab a snack, and I'll be back in just a few minutes to keep the race action going. Don't go anywhere.